Mic one. This is microphone one. Mic one. Microphone one. And I trust we'll figure out we can hear it in the room eventually. This is mic two, mic two, mic two. Okay. This is microphone three, microphone three. This is microphone three, mic three, mic three. This is mic four. This is mic four, microphone four, mic four. This is mic five. This is mic five. Five.
What's going on? That meeting was at 6. Over at it.
This is mic six. This is mic six. Microphone number six. This is mic six. Mic six. This is mic seven. Mic seven. This is mic 7. Mic 7.
Sure.
This is mic 8. This is mic 8. Mic 8. Mic 8. Mic 8. Mic 8. Mic 8.
So I'm hearing it from all around. Well, that's all right, I can make it. Yeah.
Hey, Jack. How's it going?
This is mic 9. This is mic 9. Microphone 9. Mic 9. Mic 9. This is mic 9.
So is
Mic 9.
David White coming tonight? Or is he phoning in or tweeting in or something? So Mike Miller is the planning commission on Monday night. Because he. Yeah.
This is mic 10. Mic 10. This is mic 10. Mic 10. So, yeah.
Last Saturday in this phone. A year ago. Well, I haven't put it on front porch yet. Well, yeah, you gotta reserve the spot. So I have reserved the spot. I'll probably put it on front porch for him tomorrow. Okay. Towards the end of the month. Good. I love you. I love you all that come.
Yeah, because there's a second round of this, that
Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Test test. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2. Remote participant test. Testing 1 2 3. Okay. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Volume adjustment, testing, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Test, test. 1, 2. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Test, test.
If you can hear me, it's making a buzzing noise.
That was like just a quick meeting. Yeah. I was like, why is this so difficult?
This is real, right? Like this is the truck.
I searched an email.
I think it goes, I think it's,
Stage,
maybe.
After somebody signs.
It is a little, it looks a little weird.
It's a DocuSign type.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's legit. I already did it, so. Hey.
Where's yours? No, Laura's has hers. Yeah, so it has to be a bag somewhere. Yeah. We'll do it again. Yeah. It was a nice day. It was nice, and yeah, I mean, I really don't care, but Izzy was looking for her, whatever she did, I can't remember what she did, it was some platter or something. I don't even know what I did, it was like, I don't even remember, like, I personally don't care about it.
Whether actually, believe it or not, the guy who just flashed by is, house is still really not. Is there really some nice? Yeah, that's great. That's great. Yeah. Anyway, it would be like. Sorry.
I was like, I don't know, we'll figure it out.
Oh, yeah. You mean in the 1 million at 0 thing?
Hi.
Yeah. Nothing toxic on it.
Yeah, nothing touched that.
You know, I was in here giving blood over the weekend, and I did not hear that loud noise from the refrigerator. Probably not.
Have you heard it since you've been here?
Sorry? Oh,
And I think it's on now, so we're good. Thanks for answering. Okay, bye. So they, Amy told me that they were gonna get repaired.
oh,
And so, so I was like, I hope it's okay that we did. And so, what? Somebody gets sick. Not gonna happen, but my mind's like, I go like,
Yep.
deep, you know? So then she's like, so I told her about it. She's like, no, it should be good. And then she's like, we're gonna get that repaired.
oh, so it wasn't just, that's the loud noise, that's the noise it makes, it was,
Yeah. That's why
It
it's
was
actually
malfunctioning.
out here.
Okay.
And not in. Actually, there's this bathroom has with the freezer in it.
I didn't know there was a bathroom back there.
Now you know.
Kelly, so I'm assuming we'll cancel Friday morning. I saw that, I was like, just want to confirm, that's fine,
Yeah,
okay.
thank you. Do you want to reschedule or do you want to just?
We can pick it up, I guess, the following week unless there's something,
Yeah, and I do call or
I'm
something.
sure.
It was good. It was, there was well attended. I do think that will come out of it with a region.
30, so I will call the meeting to order. Someone's got a speaker on. Thank you. All right, thank you. Let's take a moment to talk about meeting logistics. How's this? Getting it yet? Ah, there we are. Thank you, Steve. Anyone who's joining us remotely, welcome. We'd ask you to set your name display to your first and last name so we know who we're talking to. Anyone who addresses the council either in person or online, we'd ask you to start by stating your name and where you live. We ask you to keep your comments and questions to under 3 minutes. If you're speaking about a specific agenda item, please keep your comments germane to the topic. Anyone who wishes to speak must be called on by the mayor. Once you're called, you may make a statement or ask questions, but if you have multiple statements or questions, we ask you to put them all, just get them all out at one time. And anyone who speaks out of turn, discusses non-germane topics, or goes on too long may be interrupted and asked to adjust your comments or behavior. First item is to approve the agenda, and we have one change, which is that we're moving item 14, the approval of the land use maps, to up right after item 10, all the appointments to the Complete Streets Committee. And that said, are there any requests to change or object to the agenda as proposed? Thank you. Next, we have general business and appearances. This is an opportunity for any member of the public to address the council on any topic that is not on tonight's agenda. Again, we ask you to start by stating your name and where you live and limit your comments to 5 minutes. And Peter Kelman, I see you've got your hand up. Still muted.
Can you hear
There
me?
we go. Yep.
Okay. Peter Kelman, I live in Montpelier on Mountain View Street. I read in the Bridge, and I'm sure all you know, that the Hunger Mountain Co-op is buying the RK Miles property, which calls to mind, since I moved to Montpelier 9 years ago and back to the area 10 years ago, we've seen NECI leave, DCFA leave, the parking garage, conference center, hotel not be built, the Country Club Road purchase, which has so far yielded little or nothing, the RK Miles lot burned down, the property where we used to have a redemption center torn down, Sabins Pasture not developed, Isabel Circle not developed, all of these things. Meanwhile, Middlebury, Bennington, Barry, Burlington, South Burlington, Essex, and Winooski have all had major housing developments, and probably more that I don't even know about, probably Newport, St. Johnsbury. So what's the common denominator here? The common denominator is that the city has not been a player in all of these. I have raised these issues with Bill Frazier. I've copied all of you who were on the city council these various times about these things that were happening in other areas and not happening in Montpelier. I brought this up to the housing committee, the housing task force, or copied them on this. Nothing is happening. Brought this up to Mike Miller. Nothing is happening. Okay, I think that with the new housing committee, you guys need to really make sure that the city becomes a player. Becoming a player doesn't mean being a developer. Bill always said to me, oh, the city doesn't do development. Developers do that. The city needs to talk to these property owners. The city needs to talk to developers. The city needs to be aware of what's going on and be a player. The city has not been a player. And I'll just leave it at that for now. I'm going to comment later on some of the items on the agenda that relate to this. And even though I've withdrawn my application to be on the housing committee, I will attend the housing committee frequently, and I will call to their attention the things that don't seem to get any traction whatsoever with the city manager's office. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Zach?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'll be down a little bit later, but actually, I wanted to clarify real quick. Do we have 3 or 5 minutes? Not that I'm looking to use 5, but
5 minutes in
okay,
general business and appearances.
3 there for a second. Okay, first of all, I'd like to take a moment to thank Tori Rodine and Meredith Warner for their service on the homelessness task force. Really appreciate that. And also, I need to start out tonight. I was down at the church this morning at Christ Church, and one of the folks down there was having a bad morning. And so I asked them what was going on, and they indicated to me what they felt like they weren't, that they were being asked to, the homeless people were being asked to leave the city. And that they wanted y'all to know that they aren't planning to go anywhere. They live here. So I do appreciate that time, and I'll be down a little bit later for Christ Church. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Zach. Dave Bellini.
Hello, everybody. I'd like to echo what the first speaker said. I read somewhere that there's going to be some meetings about what to do with Country Club Road. And I actually emailed Adrian and I said, well, I went to those meetings 3 years ago, and I think she did too. And we had choice A, B, and C. And I did not vote for it, but I got enthusiastic about building houses. I mean, I didn't think the city could pull it off, but as long as they bought it, yeah, let's do it. So nothing has happened. And now we're going to do it again 3 years later, and we got a different council. So I would ask that the mayor and the city council have a bias towards action. I've been on boards before, and I know what it's like, and people get excited, and everybody wants to talk forever and ever. One time I limited people to 100 words, see if they could get their thought out. You might try that once in a while, Mr. Mayor. It's probably illegal. But I hope that some housing is developed because that's what we bought it for. So I'd encourage you to make some decisions. And you're all intelligent people, and you can do it. And I hope that you do. As far as selecting a city manager, it seems like it's taken a fair amount of time.
Dave, we have that topic on our agenda.
Oh,
so
you
if
do?
you'd like to-
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, we do.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Well, then I'm going to stop. Take care.
All right, thank you. Anybody in the room would like to be heard? Steve?
Am I in the mix? No, so I have people left. At the risk of running a little over 5 minutes, I'm going to just say it's to have to watch one of the homeless and mentally challenged persons find a little bit of privacy under the pedestrian bridge to take a crap right where other people need to sleep tells me somebody's not doing their job. That was happened to me this afternoon before I came here. Good evening. As we embark on another design competition for Montpelier, I want to offer encouragement and caution. We've seen competitions before, like the Montpelier Net Zero 2030 and the Team Bridges proposal, which won the Citizens' Choice for neighborhood growth. Those plans show how to integrate new development into our existing fabric, but nothing came of them. We cannot repeat that pattern of asking for ideas, celebrating them briefly, and then shelving them. With the Country Club Road site, we have a chance to create a comprehensive community-driven vision, housing of varied types, including senior housing, resilience and response capacity, sustainable agriculture, light industry, makerspace workshops, and recreation, all integrated with community services and open space. This vision must also be coordinated with the development potential of Sabins Pastures, so both sites complement rather than compete with each other. But the city's on a very different developer-first trajectory designed by Mike Miller and Bill Fraser, one that's incompatible with a democratic master planned approach. That track risks locking us into short-term deals without a clear funding sequence for infrastructure, site preparation, and phased development. Without a deliberate sequence, starting with the basics that make later stages feasible, we risk wasting both time and resources. The City Council must be an active sponsor of this competition, not a bystander. You must set the stated intent to act on the democratically selected results. That means publicly committing that the winning vision will inform official planning, infrastructure investment, and development agreements, and that it will not be overridden by private developer priorities before it's even tested. A good competition should lead directly to action. The best ideas should be advanced by professionals, ideally including the original contributors, into real implementable projects. We must make it clear from the start that this is not just an exercise in imagination, but the first step in building Montpelier's future. Let's do this right, set clear goals, commit to implementation, coordinate with Sabins Pasture, and follow a funding sequence that ensures each phase builds towards the next. That's how we turn vision into reality and how we rebuild public trust in this process. If this council can't demonstrate that a democratically chosen vision will be honored, implemented, and defended against private override, then the competition risks becoming yet another broken promise. Montpelier deserves better, and you have the power to deliver it. So in closing, I really want to mention that we've alienated, the track we're on, we risk alienating developers by leading them to believe we're ready to build when we are not, and then shelving it. We are not ready to build. The plan is under appeal. We don't have the financial capital program to get funding. So we are so far from being ready to build, we don't have a vision. And I'm asking that you direct the planning department to pursue some of the CDBG planning grants. It may be too late for a master plan, because without it, it ain't gonna happen. But also get behind the event starting tomorrow.
Thank you. Anybody else? Jim?
Yeah, I'd like to address, I'm a little disappointed with our public works leadership, and I'm going to talk about 3 separate events. One was last week, I think, our last meeting, when we voted on the Spirits Place, where I tried to say we could get them to pay for it, and I got a very poor explanation from Kurt. I held a meeting Saturday where I heard from 7 people who were like, what the heck was that about? And why were they not listening to what you said? And then I heard on their meeting the following morning, that was one of the first things talked about, and that the consensus was they missed an opportunity. Well, when what we pay people, you're missing an opportunity and it takes a counselor to see one who isn't getting paid hardly anything. You know, I think that, you've got to be a little bit more on the ball and anticipating things like that, because I think we could have got some money to help pay for that. The second thing is, I went up to Monsignor Crosby in Wilder, where I brought Zach with me, to a person that's been complaining for years. We looked over stuff. Signs were all covered with vegetation. The parking sign was facing the wrong way. The whole bit, the sign that says not a throughway, not a one-way, it was just covered by a tree. And there's all kinds of trucks going up there the wrong way. And including one of our public works trucks that went down there today, probably knowing I was going to say something like this, and they put up some kind of sign or something, but they didn't do anything else, and then they went up the way you're not supposed to go. That's the second thing. And I put that request in, I don't know how many weeks ago. Simple stuff to be done that makes things safer. The third thing was, I asked Zach to go up and look at the stairs with me, because I had gotten a complaint that they're unsafe. But he didn't have time. He said we replace boards every now and then. And so I went up and looked at it myself. But I knew nobody's gonna believe me by myself. I mean, you know, I only was a carpenter for a couple of years and built my own home, so what do I know about wood structures? So I got a staff person to go up. Thank you, Chris, for believing in me and taking that hike up there to look it over with me. So, because I went up there myself and I was like, whoa, this is like a lawsuit waiting to happen. And he went up with me and he verified it so that, you know, 2 people saw it. And since then, I guess Public Works have been up. Everybody who's seen it has said the same thing. So, you know, it shouldn't be a counselor out doing all this stuff because I'm not paid to do this stuff. But I'm out there doing it anyway because I'm dedicated and I want to make this city safe and I want to do good things for it. So, like I say, I'm a little disappointed in the leadership about these things. And I guess, you know, for the amount of money that people are paid, I think we need a little better. Thank you.
Thanks, Jim. Anybody else in the room or online who wants to be heard? Okay, we can move on to the consent agenda. I have not heard any requests to take items off the consent agenda, so I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda. Is there a second? Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any
Aye.
opposed? Thank you. Oh, and Councillor Brown, would you introduce yourself, please?
Yes, I'm Carrie Brown. I'm from District 3.
Thank you. All right. Next up on our agenda, we have discussion and action items on the city manager's search. We've got it noted as possibly an executive session. If it's going to be executive session, it's not, I don't think the entire thing, if any, has to be on executive session, but we wanted to warn that. And Tanya, you want to come on up?
Hi, Tanya Chubers, Human Resource Director. So we do have a few things with regard to the city manager search that we need to kind of pinpoint. The first of which I think is going to be an easy one is setting the date for the public forum. The suggestion was a Saturday in October, mid-morning, and October 18th is the easiest one for Academic Partners. If that doesn't work for you all, that's fine, but we were really hoping for October 18th. It gives us some time for the stakeholder panel to get their assignments and get it organized, get it promoted, and make sure that we have the most amount of people. October 4th seemed a little early, so we'd like to recommend October 18th for that, if that's something that you all would agree to.
Folks, Adrian, go ahead.
Can you just provide a little bit more detail about timing and location for this?
That hasn't been decided,
Okay.
so that would give us some time to decide that as well.
Okay. There is never a perfect time to hold these.
There isn't.
Ever. And so, I mean, we can debate this all day long. I think the 18th is fine. I won't be there. It is sports season. And so I think no families will be available on a Saturday morning. It's just hard. I think, I don't know. The 4th is the fall festival, so that's out. You know, I just think we will probably miss a pretty big demographic if we do it on a Saturday. That's my only concern. Probably from K to 12th grade families are busy. I don't know. That's just the reality of it. So I don't know if there's an option to hold a Saturday in person, or potentially evening Zoom. Because that's the way, when I worked with schools, always have a Zoom option at night for parents, you know, when their kids are home, they're after sporting events, just to get that demographic. Just a suggestion for us to think about.
I think that's fine to have more than one opportunity. Why don't we say the 18th for one of the meetings and for an evening meeting, maybe, and off a non-council week. So either the Wednesday before or after the 18th.
Okay, I know Ian is on, and maybe Ian, if you want to jump on and let us know your availability for the Wednesday before or after October 18th for a virtual.
Yeah, I see the October 15th. I would recommend that. I'd be available for that. That'd be fine.
And let's see. That is a council meeting night. How does the 22nd look for you? Oh, no, wait, I'm wrong. The 15th is the 3rd, so that's good. Thomas, do you have an observation about this?
I have a question. For those of us, this is Thomas Weiss.
Okay, I'd like you to step up.
Okay.
We want to make sure that everybody gets to hear what you have to say.
I have a question. For those of us who are not in the know, what are you talking about?
What we're talking about, good point. Tanya, do you want to?
Sure. Pracademic Partners is going to lead a public forum so that the residents of the city can have some input on what they'd like to see out of the city manager, ask any questions, that sort of thing. Just have a little bit of stake in the game, little say.
And where's this fit into the search plan thing? What is the status of the search and where does this fit into it?
So that's actually going to be addressed in this session.
Later tonight.
Later tonight, yeah.
Thank you, Paul.
Yeah.
Great. All right. You're
So-
right.
We set up the dates then?
I think we're
looking at October 18th and 15th.
Yep.
Great.
Perfect. And we'll send out the details of the where and what time and that sort of thing shortly. The second thing that is, I'm sure, going to take a little bit more of discussion is the determining the desired salary for the city manager. That's something that we're hoping that can be decided tonight because it's got to be, incorporated into the brochure and get that out there and get it posted. So.
Ian, would you like to start us off by describing your thinking? And
Yeah,
thank you for
sure.
being here, by the way.
Yeah, no, happy to be here. Everybody hear me okay?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Yeah, so let me just start off by saying that from a process standpoint, everything is essentially ready to roll for commencement of the actual recruitment process itself, save for the fact that we need to include a salary range in there. Certainly want to aim for candid transparency and let the public, the vying public that would be a prospective applicant base know what the salary range is. So I did provide in one of my weekly updates a suggested range. I did include that range at 165 to 200,000. I did reference the fact that current recruitments, sort of the lay of the land out there in regards to city manager positions. There certainly is a kind of a nationwide trend toward an increase in those as we see them posted. Just for an example, Springfield posted today. So I did look on ICMA, which is where one of the major job center portals where we would be posting this position. I did look and kind of do some scanning just for just the present situation for the awareness that you would likely desire. Springfield posted at 145 to 160. I did provide you, unfortunately, the association that represents city managers, the salary data is very dated. And so I adjusted for inflation in terms of averages. That puts out to about 168, 170. I then looked at all of the positions that were posted, that city manager, city administrator, try to do some kind of assessments of where those were in terms of metropolitan area, things of that nature. Jack, I know you and I sort of communicated an email in terms of the salary data that was available from Vermont as well. I did look regionally in New England, also at some regional postings that were available in Massachusetts, some other places to sort of help inform that. Obviously want to take my cues from you, and I wanted to make a recommendation. I know the recommendation is more than the outgoing city manager was paid. That may sound odd, especially because he was such a long-term incumbent, but certainly you would see less of that in days past, and now you see more of that. You see a lot of postings of long-term incumbents, the successors to them, being adjusted to market and what the market is presently. So those are my just general thoughts on that. Obviously, I want to take my cues from you. I was erring on the side of trying to be competitive, trying to be attractive. Money is not everything to the city manager pool of candidates, for sure. But wanted to I think this is a marquee opportunity. I think Montpelier is a marquee situation. I think it's a marquee opportunity in a city, and I think the price, if you will, should reflect that. There's also cost of living considerations, capital city considerations, things like that. So happy to entertain thoughts around where you'd like to be on that.
Okay, folks, I want to have some discussion among council, but I'm thinking that this is one of the items on the agenda that we're likely to get some public interest on, so I'd like to start by hearing from the public. And Peter Kelman, I see your hand is up.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I wanted to make a comment about the event, the public event, or it's a question and a comment. I hope you guys are going to realize that our attempts to publicize these things and to bring in exactly the demographic that Adrian referred to, the young people like my son, who are involved not only in sports, but involved in bringing up their kids. And we've got to think, I don't know if Evelyn's there tonight, but we've got to think about ways to get to more people. Otherwise, it's always the same, dozen, 2 dozen, at best 100 people who are going to be there. And we saw that with the Country Club Road events. I don't think any of them ever broke 100. And putting stuff on Front Porch Forum and Facebook and the city website is just not sufficient. We don't have daily papers anymore. We don't have daily radio anymore. But we did have and hopefully Montpelier NeighborNet will do that, where you can reach down right in and hit every single person in every community. Now, we don't have it yet, but we've got to figure out a way to get the word out. Bill, we'll put it on the water bill. Okay, well, who looks at the back of the water bill? Not that many people. So Evelyn, put your thinking cap on it, figure out how we're going to really draw in people, particularly those people that Adrian referred to, who have kids. I wanted to say that before. I have no comment on the salary.
Okay, thank you. Is anyone in the room?
Mayor.
I'm sorry, is somebody trying to?
I'm sorry, Mayor. This is Ian. I apologize. It's Ian.
Okay.
Could I make a comment, Mayor?
Yeah.
I just so I certainly appreciate Peter's comments. Just a couple of reference points, I think, just very quick that I can rattle off in relation to public engagement, transparency, and involvement of the residents. If you look, we have I know it's a website and it's a portal and you have to go on the internet to seek it. And if you don't have those access and resources or time, you wouldn't see it. But I want to be very clear about the things that we've done to date, because I think they're very meaningful and I think they are, purposeful, and I think they're starting to be productive. And let me tell you why. There's a website section that have all the updates of everything that we've got cooking. We're telling the public what's going on, providing updates. Number two, we did do the survey, seeking inputs from the residents on what they would like to see in an ideal city manager. As of 7 o'clock this evening, we already have 73 responses to that survey. So that's really good. That's encouraging. That remains out through 9 more days. So we have until the 19th is when we kind of place that public survey out there. This forum with the public, I think that's an important component of a process. We've now added a date. I do heed the comments and critiques, if you will. Let's be honest, of how to try to get the right balance struck in terms of when and I guess you could say where, but like particularly when. And I totally understand where Adrian's coming from. I think if, we talked about an evening, we talked about a day, well, people are working. We talked about an evening, they're getting home from work and they're going to different obligations that conflicts with dinner. We talked about other times. So we had to kind of strike on something that was not flawless, but it was a balance. And we struck there. And I think now we further struck it by adding in that additional day. So I would reference that. We're also going to have a forum with the finalists when we get to that point in time. What that will look like will be, probably 3 finalists individually up in front of whoever wants to show up in a facilitated Q&A style session. So that will be another opportunity for public input. And then finally, we have, we've talked about the stakeholder panel and their involvement will be another component of, public input. So I just wanted to stress that I think it's certainly your process to control and sort of like have additions or corrections to that. But overall, I think there's been a good amount of substantive, very important and meaningful public input around this. And I think I'm really excited to see, the reward, not the material, outcomes of those things.
Thanks, Ian. Yeah.
So did you say 79 responses?
73 it was.
Okay, so that's about 1% of the population of Montpelier. So what is the target that we want to reach? Do we want to try to get 50% of the population? If we want to get, more than 1% of the population, I think we need to take a very strong proactive approach to this. And what I plan on doing, me, Adrian Gill, as an individual, I go to all the high school athlete games at the high school. I will hand out a QR code and encourage every single person there to complete the survey. And the next week, I will attend soccer games at the Country Club Road. They start, I think, this weekend or next weekend. I think we go to the farmer's market. We can set up a table. I think this needs to be a full court press team effort to get folks to provide input. If that's what's important to us. And I think we should strive for more than 1% of Montpelier's population to provide input on the next city manager.
Thanks, Adrian. Keeping on track with the, okay, that was going to be my next thing. Anyone else in the room who wants to be heard on the topic of the salary range that we're advertising?
Steve Whitaker, I think we need to exercise caution here. There might need to be some discussion. We're going into a tight budget session. We may or may not maintain the position of assistant city manager, which would dramatically change the responsibilities of a city manager. And I don't want to see us, a race, an escalation while we're trying to cut our administrative costs. That whole department, the upper city hall budget is overinflated right now. And yet they have the power to put the squeeze on with how long a public records request takes or whatever. I just don't want to, we've also got a lot of professionals in the fire and police services who are paid more than our city manager. And we need to be looking at a de-escalation in these races. I think whoever our prime candidate, our ideal candidate is going to be, is somebody who welcomes the challenge of a fixer-upper. Our city is definitely a fixer-upper, and if they're looking for credentials for the following step a decade later, they might have it in spades in accolades, because there's so much opportunity to re-steer this ship. So I just don't want to encourage, the more we pay this position, we were overpaying dramatically under the last scenario. And the terms of the golden parachute are also part of this equation, which we're told were standard among city managers. So I just want to caution that we we want somebody who wants to be here more than somebody who's going for top dollar, and they can prove themselves. In year 2 or 3, I wouldn't mind giving a good bump, but I don't think that we want to escalate the rates while we're trying to bring them down. I didn't prepare that.
Thank you. I'll just
Awkward.
point out, there was no golden parachute. There was a payment contractually required by the contract, and that's what the previous city manager was paid. Dave Bellini.
Good discussion, everybody. I'm Dave Bellini. I live in District 3. I live in Utopia, really. I don't know if having a huge salary will attract what you want. It's a difficult thing. I've been involved in many hiring processes. It's not that easy. I would suggest that you thoroughly interview people, take your time about interviewing them. The whole process seems a little slow. We're not even at that. You've hired a headhunter or a what do you call him, a contractor to help you out. I mean, I'm Catholic. When Pope Francis died, it affected 1.3 billion with a B people from all over the world, 190 countries. And I thought they did a good job hiring Pope Leo. It took 17 days from start to finish. Just to put things in perspective, I realized the job of Pope isn't nearly as complicated as being a city manager of 8,000 people. So, it doesn't have to be that deliberate and long, I don't think. I do think you should take time speaking to the candidates. That's where you spend your time. A little less process. Thanks very much, guys.
Thanks, Dave. Now, I'm not seeing any other members of the public who want to be heard. Oh, Tom, come on up.
Hi, Thomas Moore, Prospect Street. I don't know, $160,000, $170,000, that's like $15,000 a month. That's a lot of money. To me, I don't know. Just to pay that one salary would take me 3 years of work, of my income. I don't know. I think these salaries of all political and everything got to come down to more of the average pay of Montpelier or whatever city or state people are in. Huge salaries are, and then I don't even know if we're talking benefits on top of that. But that's a lot of money, $15,000 roughly a month. Like I said, that's, his pay is going to take 3 years of my work. We got to bring this pay and benefits down to what the average person in that city, gets. It's, the more we put out for that, the more taxes are, and the more taxes are, the more rent goes up, and people that make money in my pay raise, we can't afford things. But, all these payrolls of officials or department heads are making tons of money when the average man or, family isn't making that. It's just expensive on me. Bring it down.
Thanks, Tom.
I'm sorry.
Thanks, Tom. One of the things that is worth pointing out is that we do have some information about the salaries being paid across the state to city managers across the state, and the 165 or 168 is around the top of the scale here. So, and for Vermont, and they're all 125 to 160 is kind of the mainstream of the. Go ahead, Ben.
Well, I was just wondering, I think Ian had referenced that Springfield just announced, and I'm curious if could you say that again, Ian, the salary range for Springfield, Vermont?
Yeah, when I say just announced, it was just hours ago that at least I saw it posted, 145 to 160.
And then the other thing is, I don't know, maybe somebody else knows this better, but I feel like I just read in the Times Argus recently that the Barrie city manager just signed a new contract that within 3 years would get them up to, I think, over 165. I think 169 over within 3 years. So just for point of reference, I think that that's important to know. I mean, I really appreciate, Tom, what you said. I really do. I also worry about if we don't have a competitive salary, that people will go to other opportunities. And I think this is a really specialized field.
Anybody else? I think that's the key point. You were sort of balancing a couple of things. You're balancing what it takes to attract a good pool of qualified candidates versus the ability and the willingness of the city to pay the salary that it takes to do that. I was thinking in the range of 145 to 175, but that's just off the top of my head. It's not quite as high as what I've heard some other people objecting to, but it still is, seems like it in the range. Pelin.
Current salary, 165, not increase it. So, because in our budget, we have a capacity to pay that much. And like after we hire someone, if our budget allows, and people get raise. So I don't want to start higher than we used to pay. So we should pick the same amount to advertise the job. And it is not low. It is really good amount, and it is one of the highest on the Vermont list when we compare our 8,000 population, and our population is going down. And most of our population, based on professional job, they are educators, and none of the educators can make that much money, but they are the population who pays the taxes the more. So I think whatever we used to pay, the outgoing city manager, or the position, we should just keep that. And if we need to make a raise and our budget allows, we can always consider that.
So you're saying just flat 165 or whatever. I'm thinking that we want to have a range because someone could be hired who has 5 years of experience, might not make the top of the range. So that's why I'm thinking of a range. Adrian.
Disagree. I think, I don't want to be known for the highest paid city manager in the state of Vermont. I think looking at this, we got data, we have a list of how much municipal managers get paid. I think we need to use this data to make an informed decision. You know, Springfield, 145 to 60, I don't know what their population is, but I think just looking at the averages and, you know, knowing that we are in a budget, you know, challenge season, I would feel more comfortable with a range between 130 and 150 with an option to, you know, increase over the next year, but that's still a lot of money for Vermont. And I think looking at all the other cities within our population range, that is, I think that's like a really nice salary, and the range is enough to attract a good quality pool of applicants.
I am good with the range. Can you hear me now? I don't know. I think it's not on because it's green, but. Okay, now? Okay, yeah, it works now. So my point is the maximum amount should be the 165. Then we can create a range, like 140 to 165, something like that.
Carrie?
Yeah, I think the most important thing for us is to be able to attract a good range of applicants, very high quality applicants, And to do that, I think we need to build in some flexibility for ourselves. So having a range that's maybe a little bit bigger than we might be thinking, so that we have some room to negotiate and we have some wiggle room there, I think is a good idea. I think that just looking at all the other salaries that the rest of the managers in the state are currently making, including those who've been hired in the past couple of years. I went through that list and I looked at those who are recently hired. And so I understand that, salaries are going up and we can't just sort of base it on every salary in the state. But hiring someone at the last salary that we were paying our city manager is still really on the high end. And so we may find that we have no choice, but we have to do that. But I'd rather sort of pitch it towards the lower end. So a range that it gives us the flexibility to spend a little bit more, but is trying to head a little bit lower, I would be a lot more comfortable with.
145 to 175. So it gives us an opportunity to get someone, well, I just think it has the potential to attract some candidates. It's not as high as what Ian is suggesting, but I would like to see candidates from, not just from Vermont, but from other parts of the country considering coming to work here. We've hired people from away before, and there's a lot of people there's a lot of people out there. I don't know what everyone's financial situations are. Ian, are you trying to be recognized to say something?
Actually, I'm not. No, I'm listening.
Okay, good. I just don't want to overlook you, Ben.
I would say, I think definitely to arrange, I think as Carrie's pointing out, it's a range that you attract, and then depending on the person's experience, or if we fall in love with this person, this is it. To have the ability to go higher. I will say, I know that that's a lot of money, particularly in a time when it's economically challenging. I worry about penny wise, pound foolish. What are we asking this person to do? We're asking this person to help manage our infrastructure, grow our tax base, all these things that ultimately save the city money. And if we don't get the right person, or we don't get the right candidates because we wanted to, didn't want to put another $10,000 on a salary range in an advertisement, I worry about that. So I think, having that range and not being shy about having a range so that we can attract the candidates and then make the hard decision on salary once we see what we've got.
Can I say something?
Yeah, and salary, are you up to?
Well, I think, I think we absolutely need to use a range. I think of the outgoing city manager's salary as the high end, frankly. And as I look at this local data, I think it really tells that story. I also think that someone coming to Montpelier to take on the city manager position is interested in more than just the money. They have a mission. They want to be here for other reasons, and that's the kind of person I want, actually. So we need to attract them, but we also might get someone who doesn't have decades of experience, but has the right mindset, who would work for less, and we can then, make an adjustment. So I like something closer to the range that Jack talked about, 140 to 170 maybe top, and see where that leads us.
Somebody want to make a motion?
Yes, so I'm thinking very carefully. So I just offer 140, 165. Now we are voting for 140 to 170. So 5,000 difference.
5,000 for difference from Jack's range too.
Yeah, so
It's
just
meeting
like,
in the middle.
yeah.
140 to 170, is that what you said?
Yeah, I'm trying to follow up with the motion because we talk about so many different
Yeah.
numbers.
So that's, your motion is to offer a pay range of 140 to 170.
It's not my motion.
Okay, you're just, I wasn't sure if you were
No, I'm
there
not
yet.
making a motion. I'm just like making a clarification
Gotcha.
what we will vote on.
Mhm.
So what I heard is that like, I heard comfortable from 140 to 165. Jack, you suggested 140 to 175. Sal, I think you said 140 to 170. I said I'm comfortable with that. Feels like it meets in the middle. Anybody else want to? Adrian, that's too high for you?
I mean, I said 130 to 150, but I do like the option to have that range in the higher end, just not to limit ourselves, because we just don't know. I mean, the negotiation will come when we find that candidate. This is just for the job posting.
Peter Kelman, I see you have your hand up. Very
Yeah,
briefly.
I would just like to suggest, I think Sal and Steve Whitaker made good points about wanting somebody who can come in here and help a fixer-upper. That somebody could really make their reputation by getting us going. And in business, which I've been in, you do that with bonuses. Let's keep in mind bonuses. You might, with that range fine, you guys can talk about the range, whatever, but be thinking that you could actually offer somebody on the low end of your range with an opportunity for performance bonuses that are real and have some real performance reviews. There's some tough jobs to be solved here. And if this new city manager can solve those tough jobs, then Ben will be right. And we shouldn't worry about a few, $5,000, $10,000. But if it doesn't work out, then we will be wrong. So that's what a bonus can do. That really gives you flexibility and leverage. Ian, no? Am I wrong?
Okay, thanks, Peter. Carrie?
Yeah, I like the was it 140 to 170 range? I like that it's a larger range. That feels really important to me, that we've got a big enough range that we really have some room to maneuver in there. And also I like the fact that it kind of comes in between various things. But just because we're saying 140 to 170 doesn't mean we're going to pay somebody 170, but it gives us a little bit of recognition that depending on the market, depending on who we get, we're going to need flexibility. So there's no motion yet, is there?
No.
Okay, so I move that we offer a range of 140,000 to 170,000 for the salary of the city manager.
Any more discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed? All right. Thank you, folks. We've got that down. Nobody said no, right? Okay. I just didn't catch what was going on between you, which is fine. I don't have to, but yeah. All right, Tanya.
So the next item that we need to decide on is the roles and responsibilities of. The roles and responsibilities of the stakeholder panel. So before really diving into the who, it's maybe determining the what. So I'm actually going to let Ian take over on this because we do have a few options, but I know that he wanted to speak to this. So Ian, I'm going to let you take over.
Yeah, certainly. So we kind of have two things going on. The who of the panel.
You were breaking up for just a minute, so if you could start over, I don't want to miss what you're saying.
Okay.
There we go.
So what I was saying was we basically have two things going on with the stakeholder panel. We have the who, so the makeup, and then we have the specific charges on what they would be asked to do or tasked with. So the three suggestions in terms of what they would be asked to do would be participate as audience members and, viewers, observers, note takers in the public forum, provide observations, note any themes that they see or hear about, meet with me individually afterwards. So that would be, one area where we'd be asking specifically for the stakeholder panel to participate in. Also, we would want them to, and I have some thoughts and I can kind of rattle those off after this with respect to like the overall recruitment plan. I think we want them to be involved with, almost like their own interview at that point in time with the group. And I'll talk about how I think that can be constructed. So when I say with the group, I would say the finalist round. So let's just say 3 people that they would meet in an interview style, conversational interview style, facilitated or not. I would be there and they would be, again, taking notes, making observations, providing commentaries after the fact. And then the third level would be, we also have the finalist forums, which again, the Q&A meet and greets with the public. We would be asking those individuals to specifically make those. And again, provide specific observations with their hat on, if you will, as a member of the stakeholder panel. There was some back and forth, and again, I'll kind of walk back a little bit. The fourth task from a timing perspective is sort of been walked back because there was a thought about getting them together and getting their charges and getting feedback from them on, maybe the recruitment profile itself. But I think the previous meeting, we kind of talked about wanting to get going on that. So, again, that's ready to roll. So I think those were really the three areas. There was some questions in advance from some folks, like what happens if their inputs are conflicting with where council feels they're going? How will they be informed of what their tasks are? Confidentiality. I think we can address all of those things. I think certainly with any involvement of a stakeholder panel, it's advisory only. I mean, it's specifically clarified that way. They are to advise the process. The decision-making does rest with the council to make those final decisions. You have to be very upfront about that in terms of their involvement. There could be a situation where your inputs from staff conflict with where you want to go. Your inputs from the public forums conflict with where you want to go. The inputs from the stakeholder panel conflict with where you want to go. Your inputs from department directors, I'll get to that in a second, could conflict. So we want to be very open on that, very honest about that, and upfront. So that's just some thoughts on that. Be happy to. And the makeup is a whole nother. I know we had a lot of discussion on the makeup, so I think I won't comment on that for the time being.
Thanks, Ian. Pelin and then Ben.
So, what is the selection process? You talk about other items, but how we will select these people? That's the most challenging and scary thing for me, because whatever we do, I don't think we can explain public how we did that decision. City councils are elected officials, so people elect us to represent them and be part of this process, including other things. But then we are electing other people to represent who, what is the experience is the criteria for the people, their group involvement, contribution to the community will be there, their age, service year. This is very, very difficult. Are they applying them? We are choosing them. We are bringing names to the table. It is very vague, and it makes me very scary in terms of credibility.
Pelin, can I ask you to hold that for a minute? Because in terms of, the next section up really is talking about who's going to be on the panel and how do we decide. But
I want to talk who will be on the panel.
Well, yeah, but that's not what we're talking about right now. What we're talking about is the topics that the tasks that we're asking the panel to do.
Okay, I thought my question is related to what Ian explained, but yeah.
But we'll definitely get to that because I agree that's very important. Ben?
Yeah, thanks for your explanation on like what the role would, could look like. I'm curious if they go to the first public forum, they're taking notes, looking for themes, then they maybe have a kind of separate opportunity to interview the candidate. How do you anticipate them synthesizing their feedback and presenting it to council as, data that we can, is there a debrief section with them? Are they writing a memo with recommendations? Like, they're going to be watching and interviewing and making an assessment, but how do they share that assessment with the council, who, as you noted, is the only entity that has the decision-making authority?
Yeah, and I think there was some themes that in some of these questions that Adrian had posed in advance, and so sort of like to touch on those a little bit too. I think there's an opportunity to bog down their role and the process if like too much bureaucracy is included in this. I think we could potentially suffer from the dreaded, analysis paralysis here. Who is on it, et cetera. So I was trying to kind of drill down. Okay, these are the 3 tasks they can do. So to answer your question, Ben, what I would recommend is a very simple postscript, post survey to all those participants for that. Facilitate discussion with me, and I'll be obviously taking notes and can relay that back to council. But I think if you get into like who's the chair of this group and are they the voice, I'm not suggesting you were saying that, but I think different alternatives that can be had with these type of circumstances. I think again, you're getting the outcome that was sought. And again, we took a kind of a split vote on this, as you remember. So there was some competing viewpoints on the inclusion of this, but we said to do this. So I think to do it and to do it right is to involve the group as we're going to involve them, to ask for their inputs immediately afterwards, to have some facilitated discussions after that, to have a short survey that they would provide me, and I will be the conduit back to you to say, this is what the group said. And I would note that it would be advisory, upfront advisory only, and have those conversations with the group upfront.
Thanks. Carrie?
Sorry. Thank you for the clarification on the tasks, Ian, that you see this group doing. I am feeling a little apprehensive about the squishiness of roles between who gets to actually make this decision. I know that we're very clear that the city council makes the hiring decision, but I think that if we have another group that is also interviewing candidates, that then we kind of open up this possibility that if the city council disagrees with that group, then it kind of questions the legitimacy of the whole thing. And that is the one task that to me feels like it's kind of stepping a little too close to the city council's job. So I would prefer to not have them do interviews, but to do all the other things you said, provide that feedback, public forum stuff. I also think you've made a really good point about not getting bogged down in the process. If this is going to take us 3 months to figure out, then it's not worth it. So that's where I'm coming from.
Jim?
Well, as somebody who didn't even vote for this, I'm going to restate my position. To be honest with you, I have served longer as a city councilor in this city since 1990 than any other person. I don't need a panel to tell me what I want in city council. In city manager. We are elected to make decisions. That's what the people do. They trust in us. We have more information than the common person. We have more experience in this stuff. I'm prepared to, have the council make the decision because it's really going to fall on us one way or another. There's a chance that, you're going to anger people if they come out with one thing and we come out with another. But again, I've been doing this for a long time. I know what I want in a city manager, and I'm basically, going to use my own experience and my time on the council. Like I said, I've been here. I've done this longer than anybody since 1990. If I don't know by now what I want in a city manager, I should just leave and let somebody else take my position.
Thanks, Jim. Anybody else here? Okay, Adrian.
So I'm not going to rehash. I already made my opinion clear last week about this structure, but we voted to move forward. So I would agree with Carrie. I feel if we can take out that interview piece of it and stick with the, having them just attend the forum, which I will reiterate, I still don't think it's a good idea unless we have a revote to like squash this, but I don't know. I'm still just not comfortable with it, but if we have to move forward, that's what I would move forward with. I don't know.
Palin.
Okay, so actually I said no in the first voting cycle, and I talked to so many different people. I created my own short survey thinking that if we move forward with this idea, how it will look like. And I've heard not only like last couple of weeks, since we decided to hire a new manager, people are asking to me two things. How much will you pay for this new person? When will they start? And I think these are good questions, and we don't need to make the process more complex. And I am really, really worried about the selection process. So I want to make a motion to remove the stakeholder panel group from the city manager hiring
There's
process.
technical ways to do that since it was already passed. You can't simply pass a motion that kills a previous motion passed. However, you can pass something called amend something previously adopted, or you can pass a motion to rescind a previous passed motion, but you can't just make a motion that overwrites a previously.
Yeah, okay, so thank you. I don't know how to say it, but basically, I'm asking to revote, right? So, yeah.
You're moving to rescind?
Yes. Thank you, John.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Folks, discussion?
If I could,
Yeah.
Jack, I do think that this is a good idea. As I know, probably most of us have been a part of hiring processes before, where there is a hiring committee and there's multiple interviews, and the feedback from one committee is passed on to the next and informs the thinking. Jim, I recognize you might have a clear vision of what you want, but believe it or not, I'm looking forward to hearing your questions of the candidates, and then those responses informing my own thinking about what I want in a city manager and what I think will serve this city. I feel like all of us are very clear that this is our decision, and getting more information from people in a structured, coherent way makes a lot of sense to me. And I think everybody has an opinion about what we should have in a city manager, and we should listen to all of those opinions. And yet, I do think that there are people who have unique experience of interacting with a city manager whose opinion would really be valuable. And I would really welcome the opportunity to hear from those folks again in a kind of structured way. And the reality is, if you don't like it, or you don't want to hear it, or you don't think it's useful, ignore it.
Carrie.
Yeah, I also feel like as I make this decision, I'm going to rely on my own judgment and my own knowledge, and I also want to hear what the people who live in the city think and want and care about. So I do think a robust public engagement process is absolutely essential. We've been saying that from day one. And I was in favor of this stakeholder panel. And I have to say that if I don't think it's the only way to go about getting good public engagement. And if we have a significant number of counselors who are passionate against it, it makes me feel a little worried that it would even work. So I you know, I'm open to reconsidering this decision. And if we don't do it, then we, you know, we just need to really be committed to a different kind of public engagement, just to make sure it's as robust as possible.
Adrian.
One, I'm very open to public engagement. I want to make sure that we, you know, go out there and talk to as many people as we can. And I think that's our job, right? We're hired, well, we're elected. We're not hired because we don't, whatever. We are elected to do this job. And there's many ways to get public input, and it could be tabling, it could be, you know, whatever it is we need to do to get out there. I think being very aggressive to hear from as many people as we possibly can and actually talk to people. Go out and talk to them, go table at the farmer's market, table at those soccer games, like whatever we need to do, it is our job to get that information and inform this decision. I did send a pretty lengthy email today. I spent all day thinking about this process, and it really irked me just thinking about, I'm a process person. I think everyone here knows that. And going through, you know, the suggested makeup of the panel, which was 11 organizations. And so from those 11 organizations, what is the process of picking that individual? Do we send out a form? How long is it going to take for us as a council to approve a form? We see how long it takes us to do anything. We're now 6 months in, so is it going to take us another 3 months to approve a form, to then approve to send out? Then what is the process for actually reviewing that information and selecting people? Is that another 6 months? So now we're going like months. It's just how we operate as, you know, our government entity. And so my questions were, you know, what is the actual timeline of this process? I mean, are we still talking, looking to hire between January and February? What is this timeline for creating a form, sending out a form, actually filling these positions, individual people that we have to select? So we're gonna have to go through applications, we're gonna have to review the applications, we're gonna have to select individual people. Then we are going to have to invite them to participate. Then we're gonna have to give them an orientation on what this process is, what their roles and responsibilities. My concern is we can do this in a different way that is not gonna suck up our entire timeline on hiring a city manager if our deadline is to have someone in place by the end of this year and then incorporating the holidays. I think we need to be creative. I think we need to be innovative. I think we need to be proactive. And I think this is a bureaucratic process that will just hinder our momentum moving forward.
Folks, Sal, sorry, go ahead.
How did you see that? I was of two minds of this last meeting. I like the idea of getting input from people who have more experience than I do. But I also have experience with larger groups, and we're talking about a dozen people here or so. And you know, I got a bit of a headache as I read Adrian's email, thinking about all the sort of worst case scenarios. And then Tanya had some questions about, you know, how many people would be engaged at these various gatherings. Could be a dozen or more people facing a candidate, and none of them a council member. And I got to thinking what the candidate might be thinking at that point. And so I wonder if there's not another way. Well, and I don't like the whole, I mean, we're calling it a stakeholder panel. I mean, everybody's a stakeholder, really. So I think we need another term, regardless of what we do. But is there a way to get the input that we want from people who have a specialized experience without creating this elaborate structure to do it? Can we invite those people to comment directly to us, either in a public forum or in a private communication, without creating a, you know, panel that sort of elevates this group and creates, you know, the sort of questions that I think some of us are asking, and I think a lot of residents will ask as well, depending on how it goes.
Thanks, Sal. One of the things that I think we're needing to address is the question of legitimacy and openness and transparency And I think that it's very important for the members of the community to see how we made this decision and how we were receptive to members of the community as we made the decision. And I think creating an advisory panel for people to have a more formal and more formally recognized role in the decision contributes to that, contributes to the legitimacy of the process. And so I think there's a real value to that. I don't think it needs to take that much time, assuming that we're ready to go forward, assuming that the motion does not pass. I think by the end of this week or the beginning of next week, we can post that we're going to have applications, post the application. We absolutely need to allow any member of the community who wants to be on this panel to apply for it, and we will then make our choices from that from those applications. And I would be thinking that we would put the applications out, have them back, and have them have them probably discussed on the at our meeting on October 22nd, the second meeting in the month of October, and have that panel in place before we have received any applications from candidates. And so I think that is manageable, and I do think that it's important to, as I said, have a formal structure for the public to be heard. Adrian.
So we just decided that our public forums will be October 15th and 18th. So this end, we just agreed, whatever this vote ends up going to, that this group will attend those public forums and provide input. So if we are looking at our timeline, it's not going to work, because I spent all day looking at timelines, because that's what I do. So if we want this peoples of 11 people to fill out an application, review it, approve it, which I think is going to be a nightmare, just honestly, because how do we all agree on who? I think that's the crux of this. By the next 2 weeks, and then have them attend the 15th, attend the 18th. I think this needs to be more open, more inclusive. I think 11 is limiting our public input. I think it's the opposite of what we're trying to achieve by having a stakeholder panel.
Ian, could you talk a little bit about how this works in other communities and how
I might make a suggestion. So first of all, from what was said here recently, Sal made a question as far as could a similar outcome be sought in some other avenue? I think was one of his questions, and I think the answer, to be honest, is yes. I mean, certainly the idea of more involvement or direct sourcing of involvement or direct solicitation of involvement from a group of people that you sort of pre-identify as being trusted voices or needed voices in this process can be done from a literal basis, can be done outside of setting up a stakeholder engagement panel. 100%. I mean, it would be direct sourcing, direct contacts with these groups. Please go to the forums, please provide input, please participate in the survey. Directly, that can certainly be done. So I would say that. Secondly, to your question, Jack, how these are done is usually in the context of it's a selection process. I don't mean to be crude about this. And the one I was involved with, it was the council just kind of all agreed on who they were going to be, and they called it a day, and then that was the panel. I do understand the challenges of that, and I understand that it's been said multiple times. If you got 12, who's your 13th, right? And if you've got the 12 people who in those various slots wished they were there that weren't there. To your point about an application process, I think the only way that, something like that works at this point in time to talk about timeline is if a select group, and I could probably guess what the feedback would be on this, but a select group of council was charged with reviewing them in a timely fashion, saying, okay, here's our people. I understand the qualms now about this. I understand Pellin's observations about, groups that might not be in this grouping once you refine it to a select number. So those are the concerns you're going to have when you have a process that's limited by number. I tried to kind of come up with a group, of course, that was illustrative and as expansive as I could be without getting crazy, to think of what these stakeholders would look like. I'll go back to my first point and I'll close. So sale reference, is it possible? I think it is. It seems like there's a mixed bag right now. I'm not telling you what to do, but I could provide more guidance on if this thing's going to stay after this vote, because if this vote's going to pass, then it's a moot point.
Thanks. Anyone have one last comment before we move to a vote on this? Jim.
I'm going to ask my fellow councilors to act like leaders and, stop worrying about putting your finger in the air, wetting it, and trying to figure out which way the wind blows. You're elected to be leaders. If you can't do these things, why are you even on the council? Because then you're not a leader, as far as I'm concerned. We were elected to make decisions for the city. The people will let us know if we make a mistake. But, I'm just saying, be brave, be leaders.
Jim, if I could offer, I think you need to be brave to be a leader, but I also think humility has its place and the ability to listen to other points of view. And, I get it. People might disagree. If this gets rescinded, that's fine. But I don't apologize for wanting to listen to other people's point of view or seek it out.
I don't apologize for not. So.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Okay, Steve, very briefly, please.
I think it's important to have a broader set of voices. Y'all are all very busy in your role as counselors. You got a lot of information constantly. I think having a second tier of information gatherers, especially including a prior mayor, and there's folks that don't have to run for office or choose not to, or who have a different but very poignant relationship with public works, or there's a lot of folks that see a lot of things that you don't see. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in this mess. And so I just think that this process could sorely be a broader set of intelligence gathering that feeds into this process. You're not going to get it through a click survey. That'll help, but I think you really need people who are willing to focus on this, and you could convene it in a week if you put the word out there actively and hold one executive session over Zoom to pick it,
Thanks, Steve. Maybe the minutes could reflect that Steve Whitaker agreed with something that I said at the meeting, which is not that common. All right. The motion is, should we rescind the decision to appoint an advisory panel on this decision, on the hiring decision, and we'll proceed by roll call. You ready to count, John? Pellin?
Yes.
Ben?
No.
Jim?
Yes.
Sal?
Yes.
Carrie?
No.
Adrian?
Yes.
4-2? Okay. The motion carries. The advisory panel is out.
Follow up with that.
Yep.
So I still think Ian, as our consultant, I need you to share with us other ways to engage the public and these stakeholders. I think this process was just not within our timeline. I think we need to come up with another way to engage a wide variety of folks in a very strategic way, that we get their input So I don't want to lose sight of that. I just don't think this was the right structure. So if you can please share some ideas with us, that would be very helpful.
You know, we could do that tonight. We're already over an hour on this item. Ian's been thinking where we would go in a certain direction. Rather than put him on a spot to do that, I suggest that we move to the next item on the agenda, leave it to Ian to give some thought on what our next steps are. Does that sound good to you, Ian?
Yeah, I'm happy to do whatever you would like. I'm happy to talk to that question, or with your time, I can send you a note afterwards, whatever the case may be.
Thanks. And Tanya, that covers what we needed to do tonight, right? Okay, thank you, folks. Moving up to next item on the agenda, appointments to the Housing Committee. We've got that scheduled, and we've got a number of appointments: Housing Committee, Community Fund, and Tree Board, and Complete Streets Committee. And I think there may be a motion to go into executive session on these. It's eligible under the statutes to go into executive session. It's not required. All right. Let's proceed right on to start with the Housing Committee. We have 3 incumbent members, and we have applicants: Lauren Hurl, Sandy Vitzthum, Tim Heaney, Alexandra Halas, Alyssa Shuren, and Benjamin Linder, all as applicants. And I believe the structure is that 2 people will be alternates. So Jim.
Well, we have 6 people for 6 positions, so it's really just a question of figuring out who wants to be the alternates, or who we should choose to be the alternates. And I have a suggestion. We appoint them all, have our first meeting, and we may have what I would like to hear from each of these people, and I don't think they're all here tonight, is, can you make all the meetings? And if somebody has a lot of conflicts, they should be an alternate. And or maybe somebody just wants to be an alternate. And so maybe, if they're not all here, then we could have a meeting and talk among them when we have the meeting, the 3 of us counselors and the 3 people who are on it, and just say, is there anybody interested, first of all, in just being an alternate, and then try to find out their availabilities, because we want people to come to these meetings.
So Jim, is your motion to appoint all of them subject to a later decision to turn 2 of them into alternates?
Yes, that is my motion.
All right. Any discussion? All those in favor? Oh, Peter.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I did send a note to the council about this, but I just want to point out to the public, 2 of the people who are about to be appointed are former city councilors, which is fine. But there's also an overload of 3 city councilors who are liaising to this committee. I think that is just too darn many city councilors on to be present in a committee meeting of a committee that you're trying to get to have a better communication with, but also not a feeling that they are being dominated. So even though this does not pertain to appointing them per se, I think you guys really need to rethink, and I would strongly suggest that you only need 1 liaison. A liaison is a person who takes things back and forth. You don't need 3 city councilors, and you've got the kind of expertise between Lauren and Tim Heaney of having the sensitivity of a city councilor, because both of them were city councilors. I also think that Ben should seriously consider recusing himself in any case, because Lauren and he are both commissioners of the resiliency, and you really don't want to encourage the perception that, you know, the flood folks are taking over the housing committee as well, you know, and you know, people are saying that. People are concerned about, you know, special interests. And so just a caution. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. So we have a motion and a second to appoint all the applicants subject to, and then later just designate 2 of the members as alternates. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, thank you. Next up, we have appointment to the community fund. And we have one applicant, Avram Pat, and it says Pratt, but that's a typo. It's Pat, P-A-T-T. Yeah.
I just want to thank the people who applied for the housing committee.
Yeah.
Like, thank you for signing up for it and for, you know, wanting to do the good work because it's vitally important to our city. So I just think I want to just take the moment to acknowledge them. So thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Sorry, onto the community board.
Onto the community board. Jim.
Well, if you remember a while back when there was an empty seat, I think there was an empty seat for quite a while, I put in for it and said to you all I was interested in being that person because I felt a counselor should be one of the people who can tell the group, well, this is what's happening in the city, so maybe we might want to direct money to these problems of the city. Now, if you just want me to be the liaison, fine. But I was looking more on being a voting member. I put this in quite a while ago. I did not know that, nobody told me that I had to put in an application at that time. So obviously I didn't put in an application. But, you know, I'll let the council figure that out. Either way, if I'm not a voting person, I'll just take the liaison then. But my initial interest was to give the committee a voting counselor who can relay information that counselors know about the different problems of the city that we might want to, where we might want to direct funds. For instance, let's say we don't want to fully fund somebody that's working with the unhoused. Well, that's a big issue right now. I would think we'd want to fully fund anybody that was helping us work with the unhoused, you know, rather than some other thing. But that's just one of my examples. That's all. I'll let the council decide, and I'll accept whatever the council says.
I need a clarification again. But decide.
Whether I'm going to be, whether I am, you know, one of the people applying for the spot because I was not told that I was going to have to file an application. This was before somebody even filed one, and, you know, I kind of talked with the council about this. I kind of talked with Kelly about this. If I would have known that was the case, I would have filed an application.
To be clear, what we're deciding is we're deciding who to appoint to the one vacancy to the community fund board. And the floor is open for a member of the council to make a motion.
Last time, we will either appoint the candidate or Jim. Is that what we are trying to decide?
Just for point of clarity, I think like we have an application before us.
Yeah.
That followed the process, and I think the question is, no offense, but not whether or not we're appointing Jim or Avram, but it's, are we appointing the person who submitted it?
Okay, that should I was
Yeah.
trying to.
So, I mean, just for the purpose of conversation and to move the motion, I move that we appoint Avram Pat to the community board.
And I will say, that I would be happy to have Jim as the liaison and Avram on the committee. I think it's a great combo.
Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed?
I'll abstain.
Yep, fair enough. Appointments to the tree board. We have one applicant to go on the tree board,
I'll move
Sean
it.
White. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? And next, the Complete Streets Committee. Sarah Halstead has applied. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any,
Here from one of these committees and they wish to speak, I think we should allow them to. They might want to speak to us. Don't know if anybody's here of any of these people.
oh, oh. Well, great. Well, Sarah, thank you for applying to do this. And, you know, Ben said, thanks to the applicants of the Housing Committee, really, I say this all the time, thank you to everyone who applied to all these committees, because so much of the work of the city depends on, or is enhanced by and depends on the tireless efforts of volunteers. And I really appreciate everyone who steps up and does that.
I just wanted to give you a chance to speak since you took time out from your night to come down here. But if you don't want to, that's fine.
Okay, now, that's all the applications, the appointments. We're now up to item 14, the land use map. And I'm curious, at the beginning, we changed the, yeah, come on up. But I'm curious about how much time you think this should take and whether we should take our break before we take you or after.
You seem to be an inquisitive group, which means this could go on for a while. I have some prepared remarks that should be less than 5 minutes.
We usually take a break at 8:30, for getting you out of here by then.
Fantastic. So thanks, Mr. Mayor and City Council. I'm Brian Boyd. I wasn't going to actually run through the slides. I was just going to give an overview and use my slides just in case I needed. Okay, thank you. Yes, I'm Brian Boyd, Senior Natural Resources Planner and Program Manager at the Central Vermont Regional Planning Commission. So I'm going to give you a high-level overview of Act 181, and I'm happy to answer any questions afterwards. In 2024, the Vermont legislature passed Act 181, which updated Act 250, Vermont statewide land use permitting, to create a tiered framework for location-based land use jurisdiction. Act 181 requires regional planning commissions to develop future land use maps as part of the regional planning process. The Central Vermont Regional Planning Commission is currently working on a draft future land use map and updates to our regional plan. We anticipate submitting the regional future land use map and regional plan in early 2026. So just briefly about the tiered framework. There are 3 tiers in this Act 181, tiers 1, 2, and 3. Tier 1 has both tier 1A and 1B. These are areas that are identified that have capacity for growth. Tier 1A locations will be fully exempt from Act 250 and transitions Act 250 jurisdiction for planned growth areas to municipalities. Tier 1B areas will have exemptions for up to 50 units of housing and less than 10 acres. Skipping over Tier 2 just briefly, Tier 3 is the areas that will be identified by the state Agency of Natural Resources and the Land Use Review Board, and those represent the areas in the state that are critical natural resources. Everything else is Tier 2. We can think of ourselves right now as just Tier 2, the status quo. In terms of process considerations, in order to be eligible for either Tier 1A or Tier 1B, municipalities must demonstrate that they have the administrative capacity to implement their local land use regulations. And I should note that
for both Tier 1A and Tier 1B. These do not apply citywide. The City Council, the Planning Commission, staff will decide on discrete locations in the city to have designated as Tier 1A or Tier 1B if you so choose. The downtown and village centers, planned growth areas, and village areas under this act are intended to accommodate a substantial portion of the housing growth that's needed to meet the regional targets. Now, regional planning commissions were tasked by the state legislature to come up with a mapping methodology that will be applied statewide. So the Vermont Association of Planning and Development Agencies took that task on and produced a methods paper that we use to designate areas under the various land use categories that I'll touch on here in just a minute. The core areas, those areas that will receive the most development, are really where we start our focus and then we work our way out. So the core development areas are, those decisions are made, that input is made at the local level, whereas conservation, the more conservation-oriented districts and Tier 3 are made from a regional to statewide perspective. So our future land use map areas are created as part of this regional planning process that we are currently engaged in and happen in coordination with our member municipalities. Briefly, the future land use areas are broken down into three discrete classes: high density growth areas, low to moderate density growth areas, and rural areas. So in those high density growth areas, we have our village areas, our downtown centers, our village centers, our neighborhood growth areas, and our village areas. For our low to moderate growth density locations, we're talking about transition and infill zones where there is the intent to plan for commercial, office, and mixed-use development. These are generally adjacent to neighborhoods, but they could also be standalone and require some infrastructure. We also have in this low to moderate growth area resource-based recreation areas. So these are large-scale resource-based recreation facilities such as concentrated trail networks, lake shores, and ski resorts. Enterprise areas are mainly locations of high economic activity and employment that are not necessarily adjacent to existing planned growth areas. And we can think of things like natural resource extraction or industrial areas that fit into those locations. And then lastly, we have hamlets. And these are areas that don't meet the criteria for example, for a village center, not really planned for substantial future growth, but could accommodate some growth. Lastly, we've got our rural areas broken down into three separate classes. We've got rural general, which allows for low density residential and some commercial development compatible with productive lands and natural resources. We've got rural ag and forestry. So thinking primarily there about our use value and appraisal lands. And then lastly, rural conservation. So areas of significant natural resources, more from the local to regional perspective, differentiated from the Tier 3 designation, which are really those critical natural resources from a statewide perspective. So just in summary here, what this does and doesn't do for you. This is not a zoning map. This map does not supersede local regulations, and it's not intended to do so. Existing state designations, the state designation program, so village center, downtown center, et cetera, that program is scheduled to sunset in the not too distant future. All of the benefits that are conveyed through those state designations will be carried over in the future land use map, and those designations will turn into one of those high density future land use areas that I briefly described earlier. Just like Tier 1, how Tier 1 provides relief from the Act 250 process, any land that is designated as Tier 3, again, critical natural resource areas, that actually lowers the threshold by which an Act 250 proceeding would be required. It's not likely that Montpelier will have much, if any, in the way of Tier 3 designation. But again, that's a decision being made by the State Agency of Natural Resources, and that's not data layer that we'll have access to until the beginning of next year. And then lastly, another piece of unfinished business at the rulemaking level is the road rule itself. And so the road rule, amendments to the way that the road rule is currently conducted will apply to both Tier 2 and Tier 3 locations. And it will specify that single private roads will be limited to 800 feet and a network of roads and driveways up to 2,000 feet before, again, triggering some type of enhanced review on a development proposal. So the last thing I will say is if the city decides that they want to opt into Tier 1B, this is, you essentially self-certify. We would need a motion from the City Council, not tonight, but we'd need a motion from the City Council that specifies the areas within town that would be subject to that Tier 1B designation, and essentially then you're opting in. I include that on the map, and the Land Use Review Board will review that. The Tier 1A process is slightly different. The Land Use Review Board is developing a formal application which will be ready for you in early next year. You can transition from Tier 1B to Tier 1A, so there's no need to wait for Tier 1A, the Tier 1A paperwork to be ready. If the city so chooses, you could opt into Tier 1B in the short term and pursue Tier 1A once that application process is ready. And with that, I'll conclude my remarks. Thank you.
I have a couple of questions. Maybe other people will have questions too. One is we're not being asked to make any decisions tonight, is that correct?
That is correct.
And two, you or Mike may have already told us this, but I'm interested in the input that the city has to these maps that the state is eventually going to develop.
Sure. So just one point of clarification. The Regional Planning Commission is developing the regional future land use map. You have multiple points of potential input. I mentioned before that we have a statewide methodology that all the regional planning commissions have been directed to use for developing these regional future land use maps. Now, for the most part, it's relatively cut and dried based on the methods and the data that we use to designate a location as one of the classes that I briefly described. However, it is certainly not out of the realm of possibility that we'll have some gray areas where it could be land use class A or it could be land use class B. And in instances like that, we will want input from the city and defer to things like the municipal plan, for example, to help make a decision about which direction we take with those slightly more subjective locations.
Can these area designations cross property line boundaries? One of the things I'm thinking about is, of course, the Country Club Road parcel, where the city acquired the parcel to meet three different goals: land conservation, housing, and recreation. Is it possible for some of that to be designated for conservation and some for something else?
The short version, yes.
Okay, thanks. Ben, I saw you had your hand up.
No.
Okay. Anybody else?
Is there a point
better.
at which, like, just going back to municipalities' ability to, identify areas that we would like to see designated as Tier 1B, right? Is there an input for the planning department or the planning commission to, recommend these areas for Tier 1B, or is that something that's just kind of worked out through the land use designation that you folks determine through the mapping process?
So the 1A or 1B areas need to be either the centers or the neighborhoods. So you can't have a Tier 1B designation in rural conservation, for example. But to really get to the point of the question, the decision to pursue Tier 1A or Tier 1B designation is up to the city alone. We're happy, our staff is happy to work with the planning department, the planning commission. I think I'm tentatively going to attend the last meeting in September to meet with the Planning Commission to talk more about that. We can game out scenarios on a map, what that might look like for the city itself. But I'll also just note, because I breezed over this pretty quickly, with the Tier 1B location, the city would then take on that, essentially the role of the Act 250 board for developments fewer than 50 units or on less than 10 acres. Tier 1A conveys extra responsibility for the city in terms of ensuring that permit requirements for existing Act 250 permits are upheld into the future. So if you have a parcel or parcels subject to an Act 250 ruling and they haven't fully built out according to their plans, when they came before the city to move on to the next phase of the plan, it would be the city's obligation then to make sure that the permit requirements under Act 250 are upheld throughout the entire process.
The timeline. The process you described of the city council making a motion for Tier 1B discrete areas, if we made that motion hypothetically tonight, when would it be ruled? When would a decision be made on that motion?
When we, you mean by the state? Yeah.
How many weeks, months from now?
So the bottleneck in that case would be me. We're still developing the regional future land use map, and that map is submitted to the Land Use Review Board along with our updated regional plan. And so the 1B designation would not go into effect until the plan has been adopted and approved by the state.
And that's likely to be about when?
So our intention is to submit the plan and map in the early portion of next year, and so it would be the summer or maybe late summer before that goes all the way through the public process.
Okay, great, good, thank you.
And the rules aren't going to be final until January 1st anyway, right?
Which rules?
The guidelines that the LURBs are going to be using.
So for Tier 1B, that's simply an opt-in. You're essentially self-certifying that you have the capacity to conduct the proper oversight for applications. Tier 1A is a formal application to the Land Use Review Board. That falls outside of the regional plan update process and is something that would be filed with the Land Use Review Board, and it would be their decision following a public process whether or not to grant the Tier 1A designation.
Okay, thanks. Anybody else? Steve?
I'm glad you don't have to make any decisions tonight because this is a very fraught topic. I caution the hot points here are that to designate, to decide or to assert to the state that we have the capacity to not only do an Act 250 type review, but to enforce prior Act 250 decisions, conditions, and phasing. Those are big money dependent decisions. And so far I've learned that we don't have the capacity to write a plan that meets statutory requirements. We don't have the capacity to write a grant, without hiring somebody else. So the representation that we're equipped to use this tool to get out from under Act 250 should not be taken lightly, because you could really make a mess. So we need a lot of capacity building within our city, both with accountability and with planning capacity before we're ready to take on Tier 1A. So I just caution that some of you are aware that the plan is under appeal. It transferred from ACCD into Superior Court, so.
Can I ask a clarifying question on the Act 250, like the municipality's responsibility to administer Act 250 requirements? Is that for people like open Act 250 applications, or?
It's for existing Act 250 permits.
For existing Act 250 permits.
Correct. And one other point of clarification is that the city is allowed, municipalities are allowed to contract out for support for the type of permit review that might be required if you were to take on either a Tier 1A or Tier 1B designation.
No, I just wanted to be Mike Miller, Planning Director for the city. I just wanted to be available in case there was a question directly about our capacities or.
Okay. Well, thanks for being here, Brian. Obviously, this is something that we're going to be spending time on in the future. I don't know exactly when, but thanks.
So just really quickly, December 9th is our rough deadline for the Tier 1B opt-in, and we will have a publicly accessible version of the draft map that will be available in late November, early December. We'll make paper copies available. We'll also have an online interactive map that folks can browse, click in, and supply feedback in that map format for us to review for any potential changes. Thank you again.
Folks, at this point, look at this. We beat our standard for the for our 8:30 break. It's 8:26, so it's time for a 10-minute break. All right. I will call us back to order. Next up, we are to item 11, which is the request from Christ Church. And I want to point out at the outset here that homelessness is an incredibly important and serious issue in the community, and I think all of us agree with that. But I think we also can't have the same conversation for an hour or two every meeting. So what I'm going to do is pretty strictly try to limit this discussion to the specific question that's been put before us by the Christ Church, which is in our packet. And we've got this set for 20 minutes, and I'll give it to you in a minute if you're going to talk. This would be the time. Come on up.
Here's the agenda.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Clerk, Madam Interim City Manager, and members of the City Council. I am the Reverend Walter Brownridge. I've lived in Vermont since February 2021, first on the staff of the Bishop of the Diocese of Vermont. Sorry, I do live in Burlington, but I love it here in Montpelier. And since April of 2024, I have served as the priest at Christ Episcopal Church on State Street. Present with me this evening are not only Elizabeth Parker, our treasurer, bookkeeper, former senior warden, Mr. Zach Hughes from Another Way, but also
He's not actually from Another Way.
okay, he's a member of the congregation and part of our task force dealing with the immediate situation. Also from our congregation, the retired priest who's online, the Reverend Jean Jers, and Deb Gerard, our current co-senior wardens, and also from Bethany United Church of Christ here, Ms. Teresa Lever. My purpose here, the question for this evening, is I'm here to urge you to provide $600 per month to Christ Church for emergency assistance to the homeless encampment that is currently residing in the Christ Church parking lot. As of today, that number is 18. We are looking for this level of support, $600 per month for the next 3 months, from going back to August when this situation developed through into November. The justification and rationale and specifics I will give you, but I've divided the rest of my presentation, which will only be about 5 minutes, and then I'll be glad to take questions or comments. I divided into 3 levels. How did we get here? Secondly, what do we need to do to deal with this immediate crisis, as well as the intermediate or winter, as winter is coming, situation? And finally, just an invitation for the urgency to confront this issue in a long-term manner. I can agree with Mr. Mayor's comments that you don't have time, and this, I don't think, the appropriate place to have a 2-hour conversation about this. But yesterday I was with the city manager and several other people from the city of Montpelier and Barre at the situation table, and we need to deal with this. I think is a most critical situation. But back to how we got here. While I was serving overseas this summer for several weeks, I returned and we discovered that because of the removal of the encampments on city property, particularly Confluence Park, we had developed over a dozen of those individuals who are local people. They are from Montpelier or nearby somewhere in central Vermont, were living on the church property. And several people, including Mr. Hughes, Ms. Parker, Ms. Nancy Smith, and Deacon Beth Ann Mayer, retired pediatrician and one of our deacons, has been working with helping these individuals and managing the many challenges that come from this church having such a situation of people living in your parking lot. Our specific request in dealing with this of $600 covers these items: trash bags, refuge removal and haulage, cleaning supplies and equipment, the extra costs that go with that of refuge and recycling, for example. A new thing that actually, because we met with Councilor Sheridan yesterday, the need for laundry vouchers for people to wash clothing. And also a new item that we ordered and was delivered yesterday, unfortunately to the wrong spot.
To the Heaney lot, and we're having it moved. I don't know how they got it into the Heaney lot, but that's where it is.
The rental of a portalette, and costs of just simple like bottled water or any other types of things that we might be able to provide for refreshment. These are all not luxuries, but simple things that for people living outside, literally living outside in tents, that we need. Let me just say this. As the priest who is in an interim status, I don't make the decision about whether people stay on the property or not. However, I supported the decision of the wardens to do so, and it's just for this simple reality. And there are at least 2 or 3 people in our congregation who are not happy with that or uncomfortable with that. You don't know my story, but I've been on your side of the table, on the prosecutor side of the table, in federal government side of the table, the military side of the table. I'm not a softie. But what I know is that when you try to solve a problem, I understand you had a situation. If you don't plan for the exigent circumstances that will develop, you have the situation. And when someone says, how can you let these people stay here, you know? And as someone said, well, what are we supposed to do? And there's no other place to go. There's not other private properties that are going to let people stay there. And when I'm told or scolded, well, this is too big of a problem. You can't save everybody. And that's true. I can't. But I can save the person in front of me at least for 2 or 3 months. And that's what we're trying to do. Save and help those who are a very vulnerable population. So that is why we're asking for this. If I can just talk briefly, this needs to be, allow us the bridge to get to winter, and hopefully the city and the nonprofit service providing sector will be able to provide winter accommodations, if the reinstitution of the state voucher hotel program and so on, that would be great, but we need to have this done by November, and we're asking for that. That's our intermediate step. Finally, I'm sorry, just to make sure you understand, because winter, not only is it already in the low 40s, but that parking lot, once it snows, we will need that parking lot to have snow removal. And currently where the tents are is where the snow banks are placed. Finally, the long-term thing, I'm not here to provide a long-term solution for you, but to tell you that it's urgent, and I mean urgent, that you try to confront this. And urgent probably means going to the state, your legislator, representatives, but also the nonprofit sector. I was very encouraged yesterday at the situation table training, this idea that we need to go and work together and stop acting in silos. I'm going to end with this. People at Christ Church know this about me. They're probably tired of hearing it. I've been a priest for 25 years. I'm still technically a lawyer licensed in Washington, D.C., but I worked in government, both federal, state, and local, for a mayor, for a senator, for a judge, for an attorney general. The past 25 years, I've worked as a priest. The highest moment of my career or vocation has been the time I worked for, served under the late Archbishop Desmond Tutu. He's known for many things, including a Nobel Peace Prize. But the thing I learned most from him was the African concept of Ubuntu. It's a philosophy that is hard for Westerners, whether you're white, black, yellow, or brown, but the African concept that none of us exist on our own. None of us can be told you have a so-called personal responsibility. Good luck. Get it together on your own, fella. Too bad if you can't make it, sister. No, but Archbishop Tutu taught me is that I am because we are. Those who know anything about sports may remember the 2008 Boston Celtics World Championship. Doc Rivers got that championship team with these three great superstars for them to put their egos and contracts aside, and he taught them Ubuntu. We are. We are Montpelier. It will require the partnerships of state, federal, city, the NGOs, the nonprofit sectors, as we were trying to do yesterday in the situation table, to deal with this problem, to urgently address the issues involved. I thank you for your time, and I invite your questions and comments.
Yesterday, I was invited by them to meet them. I thank you for that privilege and honor. I toured Tent City. After I left the meeting, I actually talked to some of them that hang outside the church. And, you know, everyone I asked said they were from Montpelier. You know, it was maybe 5 or 6 of them. I don't, you know, I'm on the front line on certain things on this. I'm on that committee with the business people trying to figure this out. I'm on the whole, I sit on the homeless task force bit that's still going right now. I'm obviously on the council, and I'm going to be on the housing committee. So it's a lot of fronts right there. And I want to say this church is front and center on really what is going on right now. They have stepped up, I think, more than anybody on what they are doing. I know there's another church that has people behind it too, but this church really is kind of right on the front lines. And I got the tour of that yesterday. I got to sit down and listen to them. And, you know, to me, coming in here, you had said 500, but I'm not going to quibble over an extra 100. Yep, that's.
We didn't have that yesterday.
Yep, I'm not going to quibble over an extra. I think that for 3 months, you know, for what they're doing, really, which is probably more than anybody is doing, $600, we just don't get requests like that. We just get so much bigger requests that it's almost, you know, a very small way that we can help this church that is, in my opinion, after yesterday, is totally on the front line. And the things that they're asking for to give people are just, you know, common decency things to try to supply to people who are down and out. So I want to thank you all for all you're doing, for what your church is doing. And I definitely would support, and after everybody talks, I'll be glad to make the motion to give you that.
Folks, any council members have any questions or thoughts? Fallon.
I don't know what's happening. Is it better? Done before? So it will be like a first time?
Yeah, I don't recall
Okay.
getting a kind of request like this. This is the kind of thing that might have appeared to in the community fund, but it wasn't.
So I was just trying to understand if we have any capacity or legal things we could do and support the request, that's all. Thanks.
Thanks. Yeah, that's a question. Kelly, were you aware there was going to be a financial request, and do you have a thought about whether this could be accommodated within our budget?
So this is, this request is more than sort of what's on the face of it. So I just want to put that out there. You know, I think that it's what you're asking for is very reasonable, and I think it does help the folks that are staying at that location. And also, I will say that the situation table was very impactful, and I do think that, you know, going forward, it'll be important to work together so that then we can come up with good solutions. And so in this particular instance, you know, we have not necessarily got a one-time request like this. We have had some funds in the past that have been used for incidentals, which I think probably are similar to this sort of situation. And so I think given the amount of money, it seems appropriate and it's something that we could figure out for sure. But I also just would want to make sure that we're having a conversation about what the longer term plans are and what the implications are. Because I just will say that, from Confluence Park to where we are now, currently behind Christ Church, the population is growing. And so I just want to make sure that that's known. Clearly there's a need. And so I also just want to make sure that that's clear. And then I also want to note that, we have had other incidents at the transit center that have been concerning. There are folks that have been trespassed from the Christ Church parking lot, and we have seen increased incidents. So we are working in partnership with Christ Church to make sure that we are monitoring behaviors as well. So I just want to make all those things kind of known. So as you make the decision, we're just contemplating it fully and sort of with eyes wide open and trying to figure out how we can move forward from here.
I just want to say that we have worked, it's been a learning curve. Oh yes, Elizabeth Parker, Christ Church. We've been in a learning curve in how to offer safe space. And I want to really congratulate the Montpelier Police Department. We have exited 7 people who are not actually staying on the property because of inappropriate behaviors. And I finally posted the property saying visitors not welcome. And also we've had the fire department, I learned this from Jim actually, but we've had the fire department, which is really the ambulance, come a number of times because we have some people who have been so disoriented by the change of location, what's happened, that they have some really severe infections. And those people have finally gotten to urgent care. And so I really thank the city for their support. I'm very happy about our location because we are so close to the police department. And one day when they weren't able to respond, they called the sheriff, and I suddenly was out in the backyard and 6 sheriffs appeared. I felt like I was in Miami Vice, but the police soon came on the heels of those guys. We're trying to be respectful of the businesses. I'm working very hard on keeping the courtyard clear. Although we did have Alan sleeping in the courtyard for a number of days, he has now been housed, we're happy to report. And we're really trying to keep folks mostly in the parking lot area so that there isn't an impact on the businesses. But when someone is freaking out and screaming, that might impact Capitol Plaza, our neighbor to the west, I really do have to call the police and have them removed. So I think we've gotten to a point where things have stabilized a lot. And so what we're requesting is just basic maintenance for people. And we don't want to create any biohazard in our neighborhood. We've been opening the bathrooms twice a day, but that's really not enough. So we've gotten the portalette even though it got misplaced. And so anyway, if there are any other questions, I'm sure we'd be happy to answer them.
Can I just say before, I'm really appreciative of the fire, EMS, and police services. I've witnessed it too. I'm often, on the days I'm here in Montpelier, in the office late at night. I personally have never felt unsafe. That's probably because I was a Marine. But the fact that we have vulnerable people and we do have members of our congregation who might feel unsafe, and we have our guests to the west at Capitol Plaza Hotel, to the left, patrons of Julio's or other establishments downtown. We want to be a good neighbor, and that good neighbor includes all of us, including the unhoused, but trying to find a way to do it, which requires this partnership with the city and police and fire to keep everyone as safe as possible and trying to coexist for this short period of time until we can get people in more appropriate locations before it's freezing. And so I really want to commend the city and city manager for what's going on. I know it's a struggle. We don't know, I mean, we know things are going on at the transit center. I notice it when I drive and leave we have enough going on our property to deal with, but I know it's a struggle. And I don't know if it's, how much it's growing. I mean, to me, it has seemed to have fluctuated between 12 and 20. And some days, yesterday it was 16, today it's 18. I'm not sure what's going, I think people are floating from one place to another. Maybe they're hearing about what we have at Christ Church.
We haven't had a drop, so.
Okay, all right,
It's only increasing.
all right. Thank you.
Envision a limit to your capacity, like do you imagine a
number
time
limit?
where you would say, we can manage 18 to 20 people if word gets out that you can camp on the church grounds and get laundry vouchers? Can you envision a time where you'd say, this is beyond our capacity?
One of the things that we have are cameras. One of the reasons why people are camping with us is because we have cameras, so we can see what's going on and we can give that footage to the police if something untoward happens. We had 2 people who came over from the Methodist Church parking lot because the gentleman went to get food and the woman got beaten up. And so they came to where their cameras, and people position their tents so that they can be within the camera view. As far as capacity goes, I would say that we could probably deal with another 10 people. So we may have to get to a cutoff, but that hasn't happened yet.
I'm not going to rehash the systemic issue because we know that this is bigger than what we're talking about tonight. So we're not going to spend another hour on this. I'm sure we can spend many hours talking about this. But I just want us to think as a city, since we've never had a request like this, like what is the risk? What is the opportunity? What is the precedent we're setting? And thinking about the future, right? So as this, this is not going away. If we think about the future of what's happening in America, and many more people can become homeless in the next 3 to 6 months. I mean, just people are living paycheck to paycheck. And so Kelly, I would also look to you to help guide us, because I feel like, I want to help, but I also want to make sure we're not, getting multiple requests from other churches and other nonprofits. Like, what does that look like? And how do we set ourselves up for success while supporting, our partners, but not providing, financial support, by request? I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. That's what raises my mind, and just as a risk, but as an opportunity. And I don't know.
Counselor, I think that our Deacon Beth Ann Mayer is trying to work with other faith-based and nonprofit entities to try to look at, and the state, to look at some of those deeper problems. But I would also just say, I've invited the other churches, but every church has a different level of capacity to help join us. We only have like at the most 3 to 4 volunteers. I can tell you that some of the business community would probably feel that we should have someone on the property 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That's not possible for us, just as far as, but volunteers or the money, neither you or anyone else has the money to pay for someone to do that. That's why the cameras are there. So we are trying to deal with this as best we can. And we are trying to deal with at least the sort of intermediate steps of what Montpelier and the various stakeholders can do in the future. And I hope that you will have some information on that within the next month or so, because we are trying to prepare now, to borrow from another popular culture, winter is coming. So we hope to have that.
So what Beth Ann is working on is funding for staffing a winter shelter and a day shelter. And we are willing to step up and provide the space for the day shelter 5 days a week again. And so that's part of what's in process, not completed yet.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, go away. Sorry, go ahead.
Hear from him.
I just want to say, yeah, this is a precedent, but we've never had this issue like this before. We've never seen the unhoused in these numbers when, precedents are done all the time, because if no precedent was ever said, we'd be still in the Stone Age. So the thing is, you do precedents when you have something that's brand new that you've never had to face before. We've never had in the city, even 1999 when I first got on, there were unhoused people in this city, but it was not anywhere like this, and the problem was nowhere near as big. So I'm not worried about setting a precedent, or I'm telling you right now, this church more than any other church is on the front line. And I think that they're doing things that, we're not even doing. We're talking about it, but what really have we done? Not a whole lot. So, $600 for a few months, we're going to worry about that. So I'm going to make a motion that we grant the 600 for, what did you say, 3 months? Yes, so that's 600 to 18. Yeah, $1,800. So I'll make that motion.
Any more discussion? Zach, if you have a moment.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that my understanding, the type of shelter Beth Ann was looking at is for folks who would be coming in under emergency conditions, who would not be, either couldn't get into the regular Good Samaritan shelter or something similar to what we did last year. These are stand-up, they require volunteers, usually 10 degrees or below in temperature and stuff like that. That's my understanding of that. I just want to clarify that. Thank you.
Thanks. Any other discussion from members of the council?
Yeah, I just want to say, first of all, thank you for the work that you're doing. Just from a process point of view, it doesn't feel right to me from a process point of view, in the sense of, Good Samaritan could come in here tonight, Bethany Church could come in here tonight, St. Augustine's could come in here tonight, a private individual could come in here tonight. I think as a municipality, we need to decide, what is our level of responsibility and what are we prepared to do? And I think I would believe that there's a compromise here. It sounds like there's a public health risk, and a portalet, I think we've talked about making bathrooms more accessible in our city. That is a public health issue that I think is fundamental. But I really worry about the idea of not going through some kind of thoughtful process or doing it in an ad hoc as opposed to a strategic way. That just really concerns me. It's not a lot of money in the grand scheme of what our budget is. I recognize that, but I just really feel like we need to do things the right way. I would also just say that, I would hope that the community will support you. I I hope that the community will support you.
Thank you. And if I may, sorry.
Yes, I'll recognize you to respond.
In the future, when we're talking about doing things the right way, if a group of people are being evicted, the abutters should be informed, because it was a rough day that day. And that was communication that needs to be changed. So
Point taken.
thank you.
Thank you.
So I will just repeat my question again. So maybe Kelly, make it clear that if we have capacity to support this request and where the money will come from. If our rules say that there should be an application process through community fund, I'm okay with it. So I just want to make it everything based on the rules we have been following with other requests or funding requests.
So if I might, I mean, so for this request, just given the amount, we would need to identify funds within the budget. So we'd be taking from another area within our budget to fund this. We do not currently have this particular incidental item within the budget, so we would need to identify it. If you instruct staff to do that, we'll do that, and I think that we can. And then I think I just also would really love to have a conversation about how this goes forward. Because I do think that we need to talk about the shelters. If with the winter months, if we're talking about the emergency shelter, if we're talking daytime versus nighttime, and then we're talking about service agencies and who will staff those shelters. And so you're right, winter is coming, and our construct last year was different. We were approached by a service provider and had a shelter for 2 winters running. We currently don't have that. We do have a space that could potentially work, but we also need a service provider in that space, and we haven't identified that service provider as of yet. So we're certainly looking into these things, but back to Palin's question, if it's what council would like to do, then we can certainly make that happen. And then with the Confluence Park thing, just because I feel like I should, is that, with the folks that were at Confluence Park, there's no camping at that park. It has been posted. We had cleaned it and cleared it several times. And so while I do appreciate the comment about communication, and I do want to make sure that we are opening channels of communication for conversation, it was never our intention for them to sort of then be in the space right next door. And I also will say that the folks that were there on that morning, there were, I believe, 3 or 4, and I can check my notes, people camping. So it was not to the extent that, the folks that are now, in the lot. I realize that there are probably other individuals that have needed to be there, and I totally get that. I just wanted to clarify. So it's kind of a lot wrapped into several comments, but long story short, I think with this item, given the emergency need, we certainly could find it. I also, though, want it to be caveated with having a conversation about how we'll respond in the future so we can be thoughtful.
Can I just say, I'm sorry.
No, Carrie?
Yeah, thank you. I also want to thank you folks at the church for doing this. It is just not, I don't know where people would really have nowhere to go without you doing this work. And just in general, the work that you do to support the community and to support people who don't have other resources. I'm personally so grateful, and on behalf of the city, so grateful that you're doing this. And, in an ideal situation, I don't think we would grant a request from someone who just showed up at a meeting and asked for money. I do feel uncomfortable with the fact that this wasn't warned, and so the public didn't know that we were going to be talking about spending their money tonight. So that's not ideal to me. I would also rather see something like this go through the community fund, I guess. But then that goes back to sort of the bigger question of we as a city need to decide what we're going to spend our money on and what work we want to try to get done and how to do that. And oftentimes the best way to get that work done is to give some money to somebody who has the resources, who has the capacity, who has the expertise to do it. So I guess where I would come down on this tonight is given that it's a very unusual situation, given that we're in extreme circumstances, I could be persuaded to do this tonight, right now, but without an expectation that this is a change to our procedure. I would be a little bit more comfortable if we came back to a second meeting and did it so it had a chance to be warned and the public could know about it. I have no problem with providing the money. I'm just, getting a little bit hung up on the public being aware and having an opportunity to weigh in.
Thanks, Carrie. Adrian?
What keeps coming back into my head, thanks for Carrie for saying that, but like we went and cleaned up Confluence Park, how much did that cost? Right? So when we think about cost for cleanup, I think the price tag was a couple $1,000 I think it was $4,000 for cleanup. And so, we went and cleaned it up because we had to. It was a public hazard. It was, not safe, for the public health. And that probably wasn't in the budget, right? And so we have partners here that are offering to help. It's reducing the amount of potential future cleanup costs. And I think I'm with Carrie on this. I think this is an unusual, unprecedented situation that we might have requests like this coming into the future, but I'm hoping with structures in place like the situation table, with open communication, with partners discussing with each other, we might need to proactively set up some future, processes for these types of requests, but I would be willing to approve this tonight just because it is helping defer some of our costs for cleanup because they're helping the city and it's work that we don't have to necessarily do ourselves, but we're going to spend the money anyway.
Thanks, Adrian. Steve, you had your hand up a minute ago. I'd like you to limit it to 1 minute because we're past the time we allotted to this.
But y'all held a special meeting about this last September, last August.
Don't argue with me about the time.
Okay.
Say what you want to say.
Well, you've not done any planning for this. This is a drop in the bucket. I support this. It would be cleaner if, one of the staff donate the $600 for the first month and you do it at the next meeting properly warned. That's doable. That's the moral thing to do because y'all have neglected this issue for so long. And this is an undignified amount of money, as is a porta potty. There's no hygiene in a porta potty. So this is on you that you've let this go year after year after year, and there's a lot of double speak about partners and impactful bull crap. Y'all have not done your job to even get this on the strategic plan. This is an urgent issue. We got over 100 people outside in this town, and y'all are pretending like it's status quo and it's such a big deal to give $600. And you don't want to hear it, but you're gonna.
Recognize you, but for 1 minute because we're trying to manage our time.
Jack, you broke up. Was it me that you were recognizing?
Yes.
Okay. I would just like to add because Kelly is asking about the future. 3 years ago, the city council solicited and paid for the Parker Advisors report. That report was given in March of 2023. As far as I know, nothing that was in that report was acted on by the city. I had differences with things that were in the report, but that report was very, very thorough. I commend you all to read it and to think about it. Some things have changed, but there are some verities in there. There are things that can be done. Steve is absolutely right. You guys have not done anything. The city has not done anything about the problem in 3 years. And I would just like to add, the city has exacerbated the problem again and again by moving the Girton Park structure, by having policies that meant that people had to move from one place to another. Of course, if they're kicked out of Confluence Park, they're going to go somewhere else. They have nowhere else to go. And I think—
Peter?
Yes, okay, thanks.
That's your time. Thank you. Yes, we're ready. I think we're ready to vote. The motion is to instruct the city manager to find from city funds $600 a month for 3 months for this effort. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Okay, well, roll call. Helen?
Aye.
Ben?
Aye.
Jim? Sal?
Aye.
Helen?
Aye.
I'm sorry, Adrian, and Carrie.
Aye.
Oh, okay. All right, we've passed it. Thank you for doing this, and thank you for coming in.
And I just want to say we look forward to working with you on developing, interim and long-term solutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, item 12, VHB Country Club Road infrastructure discussion.
I'm kind of hoping Kurt and Evan are hiding somewhere online.
We're here, Mike.
All right. So yeah, I'm going to turn it over to them. So Mike Miller, Planning Director, and I'm going to turn it over to Evan, who is with VHB, to hopefully just go quickly through. We've got a couple of, we signed a contract with VHB last year to develop the engineered drawings for, we have the project at Country Club Road that we're moving towards, we're advancing towards, but we always knew we had to bring water and sewer up to that location. So we hired VHB to do the engineering and design work from the roundabout up to Country Club Road, and then up Country Club Road to the clubhouse, and to basically figure out what the costs are going to be, what that would look like, what road adjustments would need to be made. And we're at a point where we are about 60%, and we have some options and alternatives that need council decision. Before we go to 90%, we have to decide a couple of questions that are still out there. And I'm going to have Evan go through those decision points that need to be made.
So as Mike indicated, we looked at a number of different options to improve Country Club Road for better access up the hill. As you all are, I'm sure, aware, the road today is narrow and very steep, and there's a nasty grade break as you come to the bottom of the hill, where the railroad tracks are 4 or 5 feet higher than Route 2. So we looked at ways to bring the road up to the standards that the city would apply to such a road, and then also took a look at what could be done to resolve the grade break at the bottom where the railroad tracks are, including we talked to Vermont Rail Systems about possibly lowering the tracks in the area. We didn't get very far with that. They didn't want to move the tracks at all. So alternatively, in addition to the work on Country Club Road, we looked at should we or could we raise Route 2 near the intersection to alleviate the grade break. So we looked at the existing conditions out there, and Country Club Road comes down very steeply to the railroad tracks, and there's a very abrupt grade break there. That doesn't meet any kind of modern design standards. So we started with looking at an alternative that would regrade the road, would have a smoother landing into the railroad tracks, but not doing anything with the Route 2 profile. We would widen the road, Country Club Road, and add a sidewalk on the downhill side and uphill bike lane. That's consistent with the city standards. And we would have the grade be about 12% in this first alternative along Country Club Road. We continued to look at a series of different alternatives, including instead of 12%, which is about what the road is today, but with our design, we would have a much smoother landing at the railroad tracks, not so abrupt. So there's a 12% grade. We also looked at a 10% grade, which wouldn't be as steep, but it does involve quite a bit more excavation. We looked at raising the profile of Route 2 to really eliminate the steep grade break at the railroad tracks. So we'd bring Route 2 up a couple of feet and rebuild that for a couple of 100 feet in each direction. And that could be paired with a 10% or a 12% country club road grade as well. And then we took a look at things like, is the road in the existing right of way or should it be moved over, and things like that, and came up with this series of alternatives with costs. And I believe you probably have all of those, all of that information in front of you. But the costs for the project also include the installation of new lines that would go up to the former country club parcel. So we'd be replacing some of the old infrastructure that's out there today, including along Route 2 from the river up to Country Club Road, and then up Country Club Road to basically where the old clubhouse is today. So the road projects, along with the water and sewer project, is what we estimated the costs for. So if I'll just go through these quickly, and you can certainly ask as many questions as you'd like. But if we go with the 12% grade up to the road, do the water and sewer, that's roughly 5.6 million. If we go with the 12% grade and raise Route 2, that's more like 6.9 million. If we reconstruct Country Club Road at a 10% grade, but don't do anything with Route 2, that's about 7.3 million. Reconstruct Country Club Road on a 12% grade and then better align it in the right of way, that's about 6.2 million. And then we looked at simply not doing anything with Country Club Road and leaving it like it is, but raising Route 2 to minimize the grade break at the railroad, and that's around $4 million. So there's a number of different ways to go at this project, and we're looking for feedback from City Council on what you may favor as far as what the roadway design would be, and what kind of money we're talking about here for this expenditure. In addition to,
could I
yeah,
jump
sure.
in here for a
Yep.
moment? Because the figures that you're talking about are very different from the figures that we're looking at in our council packet, and more on the sheet that we have on the agenda. I wonder if there's some clarification.
I'd like to offer a bit of clarification. So Sal did ask some questions about the numbers. And so what it boiled down to is there were a few line items that are variable at this point. And so depending on what factors you use, it could, make that bottom line a little bit different. I will say that, in factoring it in, we did include in the packet there's a sheet that has sort of a base line, if you will, and then an adder for each sort of option as you go down the line. That is really particularly helpful in terms of looking at it. And that does, tie essentially to the sheet more or less. I mean, these are rough estimates, and Evan, feel free to jump in if you like. But I think if you look at the recommendation and you look at the suite of options, what this does is it just provides you with sort of the best estimate at this point, realizing that there is a little variability. So for sure, I mean, there will be things that, will be adjusted, but we will see those when it comes back in its final form. And so what we're really looking for tonight is to select an option that seems reasonable. And so Mike could maybe touch off that piece, I think, and provide a little bit of clarity so it kind of hangs together in terms of what we're looking for here.
We're looking for a couple of decision points on the road grade, and so we're talking about between $5 and $7 million. This project that we're talking about right now, this is what we intend to apply for the CDBG-DR funds. So we need to know what we're going to apply for. So at this point, the question of $5 or $7 million is really what's our grant ask going to be, $5 or $7 million. My recommendation as planning director and looking forward at this project is to make sure that we address as much as we can If we accomplish what we hope to accomplish at Country Club Road, the last thing we want to do is to go and build this out at $5 million and then come back and say, okay, well, now that we've reached a certain point, now we've got to go back and tear up what we did 3 years ago to make additional improvements so that we're better set for turn signals and other things. So my recommendation would be that we would elevate Route 2. It's going to put us in a better situation for the signalization and everything else going forward, and to go to the 12%, because I think it's going to clean up the road. And I think it was actually alternative 4 that we had settled on, because it's going to realign it in the right of way. Just because right now our right of way is a little funky. The roads aren't always, if you didn't know, roads aren't always in the middle of their right of way. And in this case, if we're reconstructing the road, let's put it back in its right of way, so that way we don't have issues of it being out of position. So it does cost a couple $1 million more for us to set everything up in that, at that point. This would then be the basis of our grant application to whether it's this application or any application in the future. This is what we would be looking at for those applications to DR Northern Borders. This is also put in for Northern Borders. And I'll leave it there.
Thanks. Jim?
The thing that I'm questioning is the sidewalk, because it seems like it's a sidewalk to nothing. I mean, is there a sidewalk going up to the bottom of it? Or is this just going to be a sidewalk that ends at the road and that goes nowhere? And also, it's going to be problematic probably for DPW to send a sidewalk plow all that distance to just do that short bit of sidewalk when they have so many sidewalks now that they got to go to. I mean, I'm wondering why the sidewalk is there.
So it does start at the bike path. So the bike path crosses that road. So this sidewalk that's coming down Country Club Road would intersect with the bike path. And then once we're at the top of the hill, we know we want to have that neighborhood, when it's built out, to have complete streets and have people have the ability to have bike and pedestrian options. So that sidewalk is really one of 2 connections that people would have, so they don't have to walk down the road. They would have a sidewalk to walk down. How we would, if we end up with a lot more development out there, I'm sure there's going to have to be some program discussions with DPW. I know the sidewalk plow already goes out to the roundabout. I see it there. So I don't know. I don't believe they plow that section of the bike path, but it may be something that ends up having to come in as a conversation. So yes, there would be a potential for additional maintenance costs in the future.
Well, we just have to consider those costs, that's all.
Or not plow it. That would be, we have sections that don't get plowed, so.
Carrie Brown?
Yeah, thanks. I'm still a little unclear on which alternative you're recommending and how much everything costs, because I'm looking at the stuff in the packet, and as Jack said, it's very different. It's not just a little bit different, it's very different. And so, Mike, if you could really, you said option 4, but then you also talked about elevating Route 2. And can you just tell us which one of these 5 you're recommending to us, if there is one?
It would be alternative, and I think what we may have to do tonight is, if we know the direction we want, we may have to have Evan come back, because I don't think the full, we've got 2 different pieces, and we don't have one that includes that exact match of elevating Route 2 and going to Route 12. We've got elevating Route 12, and probably the closest one is alternative 2, which is the 6.9, but that doesn't align it into its right-of-way. So there'd be an additional cost to aligning it in the right-of-way. So we'd really, unfortunately, the timing and the conversations, we kind of cross paths between Kurt and myself.
Like, I think we should have real clarity on exactly what the alternative is, make sure people understand it, make sure we understand the kind of cost associated with it. I mean, I will say, like, we want to see housing development at Country Club Road. We need to have this kind of infrastructure in place for that to happen. But I think we need to understand what we're really voting on. And then the other thing I would just, clarifying question, Mike, for the CBDG DR funding that would be applied for to support this, do we need to have the low to moderate income housing provider identified for that, or is it different?
So this would be an application that would happen later. We're going to have a conversation in a few minutes with David White about the process of how that would happen to get a developer on board, which would answer that question.
Same questions about the numbers, and I thanks to whoever answered all of these. I got most of the answers I needed, and I appreciate that. The numbers are different, partly because the cost of the water and sewer was not in the total on the original set. It was listed, but the addition stopped at the item just above it. So when you added it, it added $1.7 million to the number on the bottom. So then I asked really for this final version, which gives gives a base project and adds a certain amount as you go up. But it does not add, it doesn't have an option that includes the recommendation that I think you're making, Mike, with the right-of-way, the grade change, and the raising of Route 2. I still do have a couple of questions. One is, have we talked to the railroad about lowering the track? Did we talk to anyone at the state about raising Route 2? And how do they feel about that? I mean, there's a lot of adjoining properties and stuff there. 5 feet is a pretty big jump if you're on the...
I don't know the amount of height. We're not going to fully match, I believe, and maybe Evan can answer that. We're not going to fully match the height of...
4 to 5 feet.
Yeah.
But did we talk to anybody at the state about
I'd
that as a
have to
solution?
defer to, it's a class 1 highway, so I'm not sure what Evan and Kurt have done. That's a DPW question.
Yeah, it is US Route 2. We did not talk to the state about the changes, but what we did do is we looked at the reasonability and the feasibility of raising Route 2, and I think it's about 3.5 feet, which would really resolve a lot of the grade break difference there. And when we looked at it, those properties, they're set back pretty far from the road itself. You think about the agway there, there's pretty good section of driveway, and then the parking lots are set back. And if we raise the profile of Route 2 and do reasonable cross sections through there and grading and that sort of thing, it all works just fine without really affecting any of those properties in any kind of significant way other than rebuilding some of their driveway roads. So it does looks like it would work fine, but we did not go to the state or anything.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for that. One of the questions I had was, instead of spending whatever we would spend to center the road in the right-of-way, I thought maybe we could spend a lot less if we centered the right-of-way on the road by negotiating with the adjoining properties, which apparently is a solution, and it's something that we might try at the end. But I would imagine it would be a lot cheaper to do that, depending on how big an argument we ran into.
Not something I have any experience with, so
yeah,
it would be something Kurt or...
My final question, though, is I don't know how this relates to the VHB contract. There are design and engineering costs in here. Are we approving those design and engineering costs now for VHB to do that work?
We already have the contract with them. They are at a point in that contract where they're at 60%, and the 60% leaves us with a number of alternatives. And they are now in their contract, which it's already part of the contract. They need to start moving to 90%, and you don't move 4 alternatives to 90%. We're going to move 1 alternative to 90%. That's not to say at some point it can't be changed or amended in the future, but we're going to move 1 solution to 90%, and that's really what we need the answers to is, are we going to 12%? Are we raising Route 2?
But the work that's required is covered by the $106,000 contract that
Yes.
we already have with VHB
Yes.
on a fixed fee.
Yes.
Okay.
I'd like to clarify that, Mike. So the 90% that we're obligated for is the design of the water and sewer. As far as the roadway design, we were to take it to the level where we're at now. So going from where we're at now to final plans, if we were to move in that direction, that they would be additional services.
Was the task 6, I think, on the contract, right? There's a section where you take it from 30% to 90%, and that's done on a time and material basis for design and engineering. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so is there an estimated cost of that work? Because that would be in addition to the, well, until, I don't know how much of the existing contract you've already billed, but it might exceed the 106. Is that correct?
It would exceed the 106. There are numbers shown in the estimates. So those numbers that you have there include not only engineering, design, and permitting, but also construction inspection. So those are total costs. And, we're already 100,000 or so into the design. So that would be work that we wouldn't have to do because it's already been done.
So the design and engineering costs are a separate line item, or at least they were in the first sheet. I
Yes.
think they are. They still are, and it's a unit
Yes.
price. It's a percentage of the cost.
Yeah, that's right.
But the design and engineering line is essentially an estimate for the work that you're proposing to do based on whatever we decide tonight. Is that right?
It is, and it's solely based on a percentage that we typically see with this type of project. We haven't sat down and worked through the details of what the city staff may be working on versus what VHB may be asked to do. So depending on what we talk about for who's going to do what, that cost could vary quite a bit.
So my point is, our decision is going to cost us more than the contract that we have with VHB tonight by the amount of the engineering and design line in the option that we choose, I think, or some percentage of that.
Some percentage of that, yes.
It may not cost all of that. Is that correct, or is that an oversimplification?
It's not an oversimplification. We already have some of those costs that we have spent to get to the point we're at now.
The grants that we're talking about would not cover that, or would they?
They would cover that. The other area where these costs can come back is if, let's say, we don't get these other grants, and we eventually end up having to use CHIP resources that we had talked about before. These preliminary costs to make the project happen, we are keeping track of because they may also be CHIP refundable. We don't know until the CHIP rules come out. David, who will be coming up to talk, knows a lot more about CHIP than I do. And but these types of costs are the types of costs that can be recouped afterwards because these are the necessary pieces that we need. So
wait a minute, Ben. I think I saw Adrian's hand up.
I was just asked, I think you just answered it, but what happens if the grants don't come through? That was the backup plan, the CHIP. That was my first question, which you just answered. The second question is, from the pictures, and once again, this is not my strength of area here, but are we losing any parking spots up there, or, because it looks like from the design, and I just have a hard time with this because I'm a big picture person, so from this design, how does this impact the parking? How does it impact the flow of traffic? How does this impact people coming in and out of this property? So I feel like I have such a hard time and I don't understand the big picture of this, and we get this in pieces. And so
because things are being widened at the top, including adding the sidewalk, it's going to go into the parking area that's up there, but I think I don't know enough about how the parking is arranged to know if that's going to completely eliminate a row of parking. If sometimes there's a lot of extra space that can be,
Yeah.
that can accommodate that, but we just have to go and look once we got up there.
I was just wondering about what the level of design is required for the grants that we've applied for.
The grants that we're applying for are all hoping for, their goals are for shovel-ready projects. So the farther along that we are in design and the more, so once Evan has that design and we have a design, then the estimates that we have would be refined and we would then have better numbers that would be able to plug into any grant that we have, and we would be able to say we have plans at 90%, not plans at 60%. And that it just helps, especially in grants where they are looking for shovel-ready projects. So this puts us ahead of some other places that might just be thinking about.
So are people feeling that they need to have more precise or clearer numbers before we can vote on this, or?
A little bit confused.
Is that, go ahead, Kelly.
Maybe what I could recommend is that we just bring this back to you in a clear fashion, you know, with sort of the recommendations that you can kind of see, you know, what that really looks like. We did get some answers late in the day this afternoon, just to put forward. And so, you know, I want to make sure that you get the response that you need and that it is clear so you know that what you're voting on and spending money on, because it's a big deal. So totally get that.
Kelly, I really appreciate that. And I would just ask too, maybe if possible, like when it comes back to us with a recommendation, just maybe a little bit more like why, you know, why this one as opposed to the other one. You know, if we've got 5 alternatives and you say alternative 4 with a little bit of alternative 2, why? I think would be really helpful.
I think the reason why is mostly because we're trying to make sure we're prepared for the best. We don't want to come back and do this twice. So if we're going to do this once, if we're going to have development up there, then let's make sure that this road is appropriately wide enough and developed, and that Route 2 is elevated. But I think, yes, it would be better if we had, like I said, unfortunately, we got a bunch of stuff just at the last second, and we were like, do we push this, or do we come in and have this conversation to at least start to have that understanding of where you guys were going? Because if the decision was certainly pushing in one direction, then we could come back with something different. But if it sounds like a 12% elevating Route 2 seems reasonable, we'll have all the alternatives, but we'll make sure that one's in there.
Yeah, I'm still wondering about the difference between 10% and 12%, and so that's something that's might be worth thinking about.
10% is basically the road standard. You don't want to generally go above 10%. If someone were to come in for zoning, we wouldn't allow a road steeper than 10%. You can, you'd need a waiver. If you're 10% or less, you don't need a waiver. You can get a waiver up to 12%. So that's about as steep of a road as you want. That said, we all live in Montpelier, and we can all point to dozens of roads that are in excess of that. I think Evan said it was about 12%, but it's more of a varied, so it might bounce between.
There are sections where it's pretty scary up there, yeah.
Yeah.
But nobody wants to be building another Phelps Street or Cliff Street or. Right, yeah.
Yep.
Okay, I'd like to move this along. Steve, I saw you had your hand up, so if you have a brief comment.
Yeah, I think you're seeing the results of this piecemeal planning, that we don't know whether we're putting 200 units or 400 or 600 units up there. We don't know. That determines what size water and sewer goes up there. We don't have any concept of stormwater, how we're going to handle stormwater up there. We haven't talked to East Montpelier or VTrans about raising Route 2. This is an example of the way our planning department dysfunctions. And you shouldn't buy it. You really shouldn't. We need a master plan for the property. We need to figure out what the uses are going to be and whether or not there's ever going to be a second road out of there. And without knowing that, we're risking throwing money away or, well.
Thanks, Mike and Evan. We can move to item 13 on the agenda, the White and Burke RFP. David, thank you for hanging with us for so long. I appreciate it.
I'll say that this is a good example of why I've never run for city council, because by this time of night I'm half asleep. So if I'm not as articulate as I would normally be, I hope you'll forgive me. For the record, my name is David White. I am president of White and Burke Real Estate Advisors. You have had the privilege, I think, of working with our vice president, Stephanie Clark, who is an absolute rock star, and I apologize for you getting second best, that it's me rather than Stephanie, but she's not available right now. So let me take just a moment and introduce myself, because most of you probably don't know that my community development career started right here in Montpelier. Back in 1980, I was the first executive director of the then Downtown Development Organization, Montpelier on the Move. I was the founding executive director of that organization back then, and I went on to become community development director for the city of Montpelier. So I went from outside City Hall, inside City Hall, and during that time got my master's degree in community economic development. So my whole career has been in this world and started right here in Montpelier. And you know, my wife and I bought our first home here, our kids were born while we were living here and so forth. And although we've been living in Burlington now for more than 30 years, the truth is that Montpelier still feels like home to me. It really does. I love this community. We still have many, many, many friends here, and we come here fairly often to spend time with them. But you know, that's neither here nor there with regard to why we're here and why I'm here tonight. I want to start off by talking a little bit about the housing market, because to understand the RFP process that I'm going to suggest, I think you need to understand what's going on in the bigger picture in the housing market today. And I will start by just saying the housing market is broken. It doesn't work. And there, you know, at the upper end of the market, when you're talking about, you know, quality single-family homes and so forth, it works reasonably well because better, you know, more well-to-do people can afford to buy homes and can afford, you know, the construction costs and so forth. And interestingly, the low end of the market works sort of, because if you're talking about, you know, affordable housing, because we at least know how to do it. We have programs to help make that happen, and there's not enough funding for those programs. We need a great deal more of that type of housing, but through low-income housing tax credits, the Vermont Housing Conservation Board, various other kind of funding sources, we at least know how to do it. The challenge, the biggest challenge we're facing today as a state is really between those two. You know, how do we go about providing, whether you want to call it workforce housing or the missing middle or whatever phrase you want to use, but how do we go about building that? And in today's market, it just doesn't work. That the rental rates are, you know, the painful reality here is that rental rates are too high for many people to afford, and that's just real. That's because our salaries in Vermont, on the average, are not as high as many other places in the country. And yet on the other side, construction costs are so high that those rental rates, as high as they are relative to incomes, are not enough to pay the development cost. And that's a fundamental reality of why we're not getting purely private developed housing built. Even in Chittenden County today, very, very little of that is happening. I was talking with a developer just earlier today who's a highly experienced multifamily developer, and he said to me, David, we couldn't make the numbers work on this most recent project that we're working on, and it forced us, whereas normally when you're doing a private sector development, you would put in maybe 20% equity and 80% debt. He said, the only way to make it work, we are in there for about 35% equity. And what that means is, yeah, I can pay the debt service, but my return on my investment is negligible for years and years and years to come. And it means that that extra 15% is not available for me to put in some other project. So it really limits what I can do because I've tied up my capital all in one project rather than be able to put it in two different projects. And there was another developer who's also a very experienced multifamily developer, also in Chittenden County. And I was talking with him last year about a project that's under construction and so forth. I say, hey, how's the project going? He said, David, maybe my grandchildren will make money off of this. So even in Chittenden County, this just isn't working. And it's incredibly difficult to put these deals together. I'll tell you a third story, and then I'm going to talk a little bit more about where I think this all goes and how this relates to RFP. But we are currently working on a so-called workforce housing multifamily development up in St. Albans. As I think you may know, we've worked on behalf of the city of St. Albans for over a decade now to help them with their downtown revitalization and so forth. And there's a workforce housing project we're working on. And we put together a package there where it was free land, where they were guaranteed they didn't have to do any off-site improvements. The city brought all the water and sewer to the site, did all the public improvements for sidewalks and streets around it. And we also got $9.8 million in low-interest loans pre-committed to the project. We got 3 proposals, 2 of which for various reasons I won't go into were not feasible. We have 1 developer. And I went to some of the biggest, we went to every big developer in the state. And we put it out to the entire commercial brokerage community. And even with that kind of support, we were not able to get, I think about some of the big developers who do this kind of work. I had 2 of them, I've worked with a fair amount in the past who called me because we've got a good relationship professionally. And they gave me the courtesy of a call, David, we can't make the numbers work. I said, really, with all of this, free land and a low interest, we can't make the numbers work. So the thing to understand here that I think a lot of people don't get, I think a lot of people have this idea that developers are making money hand over fist, and there may be times and places where that happens, but it isn't happening in the housing world today in Vermont. It's just not. And so the result of that is, as you think about what you do at Country Club Road, I think you need to be realistic about it and understand it's going to be difficult to attract a developer to that site. It's not an easy site to develop. It's going to be costly. And you take that, and now let's talk a little bit about some of the opportunities there. So one of those, approach this a little bit differently. Where this all takes me, and where it takes the kind of advice that I and my company are giving to multiple municipalities, because most of our work is with municipalities, is the concept of municipality or city as entrepreneur. Because the private sector isn't going to come here and do it on their own. They just aren't. I mean, take a look around. How many private sector multifamily projects have been built in recent years without any subsidy? Is the only project the one where the transportation center is, and that's got lots of subsidy in it. It's not a purely private sector project. And so it's not going to happen. And so what we're learning to do, and I don't have a silver bullet or magic solutions here, but we're really working hard on trying to figure out how does a city step up and say, okay, if we want something to happen, what actions can we take? And I want to applaud you for acquiring the Country Club Road site and looking proactively at trying to make things happen there, because that is city as entrepreneur. And I deeply believe, based on my professional experience now for more than 40 years, that that's what it's going to take, is for you to step up. So bravo, and I mean that. So then talk about CHIP a little bit. So I think you probably already know this, but it's worth underscoring that CHIP only will help pay for infrastructure. It can't directly put money into the building itself. And even if you pay for infrastructure, which is exactly what we've done in St. Albans, there's still a gap with regard to trying to make it work. The rents simply aren't going to pay those costs. And so it's going to be hard, and I think you need to anticipate that this is going to be an ongoing process, working even once you find a developer, and working with that developer to try to figure out how do you package, what other sources of finance can you pull together? And there are some, but it is challenging and they're limited. So you need to anticipate that this is a process that will unfold over a period of years. And as you think then, where does that take me with regard to the RFP? So what do we do? What I would recommend to you, and what we typically recommend for clients, is that you do an RFP process really in 2 stages. The first stage is you want to have a low barrier for entry because you want to encourage developers, make it as easy as possible for them to come in and say, yeah, I'm interested in this project. So I think of the first phase as a little more than really an expression of interest. The second phase is where you've narrowed the list of prospects. If you are fortunate enough to have multiple developers expressing interest, where you narrow it down to those you think really look like the ones you want to work with, and then you give them enough time to be able to develop a more in-depth proposal where they'll have concept plans, where they'll do financial analysis and so forth and so on. And when I think about the circumstance that you're facing now, where if you're going to apply for the CDBG DR funds, which certainly seems like a tremendous opportunity for the city, there's not enough time to go through both of those steps because those take, it's even rapidly done, it's a 6-month process. It's probably more than that if you really want to do it well. And so I think the focus here, I would recommend, whether you work with us or somebody else, is totally not the point here, but I would recommend that you do that phase 1. That what you do is you issue really more of a request for expressions of interest. And that should outline what you're proposing in terms of what you're offering. Are you offering, the acreage and where it's located? You provide the information that, okay, you've had environmental assessments done and you've had, here's an overall, some other research that's been done, and here you're willing to sell it for $1, and whatever the pieces are to make it as attractive as possible. And then you ask the developer to say, okay, who are you? What's your experience? What's your financial capacity? Some basic things that don't require them to spend a lot of time and money preparing, and ask them to come in with, oh yeah, I'm potentially interested. And based on that, you have to develop some criteria by which you'll make a decision to narrow it, again, if you're fortunate enough to get multiple proposals. And then you will then go out for that phase 2, where you're asking for a great deal more information. But I think aiming for this CDBG DR funding with at least a process that's well underway. Yes, please.
Not everyone may know what CDBG DR stands for. And I try to be more conscious about jargon, and I should have asked someone to expand that earlier. But
so that's the Community Development Block Grant Program, and DR is disaster recovery. So there's specific dollars that are available, administered through the state, that are available to communities that have had the kind of disaster impact that Montpelier has had. That's the kind of quick summation of that. And that there's potentially, 5 million or more that could be available to Montpelier to help pay for infrastructure. And if you were to pick, let's say hypothetically, you were awarded 5 million, but you select a infrastructure program that's going to cost 7 or 8 million, you could then conceivably use other sources. You can bring in, for instance, you can apply for the Northern Borders funding. You can use the CHIP program, which is the Community Housing Infrastructure Program, to fill in that and package it all together to be able to fund the entirety of what you'd like to do. And if you don't get all those sources, then you think about, okay, how do we cut costs on this? But at any rate, if you're going to apply for that, then I think you want to be as far along as possible. I think I heard Mike saying earlier that they want to see projects that are ready to go, because they've got a time limit too within which the funds need to be spent. And so showing that you've at least gotten through that first phase and have one or more developers with whom you're working on a second phase, and that would be a much stronger application than simply going in with, we hope we can put something together. So that's a quick summation. I'm happy to answer any questions and address any concerns.
Folks, any questions? And so the question before us today is whether we hire you to do the RFP or hire someone to do an RFP. Could be you.
Could be us.
Okay.
And a couple things about that. One is that under state law, if you're going to hire somebody, they need to be a licensed real estate brokerage firm, because the way the state law is written is that if you're getting paid in any way, shape, or form to help facilitate a transaction, a real estate transaction, you need to be a licensed brokerage firm. And so if you decide to go out and try to seek others to do it, which is fine, just make sure that you're aware that that's one of those restrictions. And a lot of people are not aware of that. Even if you're paying hourly, you don't have to be paying a commission per se. But if you're being paid in any way, shape, or form, then it does need to be a licensed brokerage firm. And I think you'd want to find somebody who's got experience in doing this kind of RFP process, because it is pretty specialized.
And were you about to start?
No, just real quick. Can you just give some examples of, you mentioned St. Albans, but other communities that Whitenburg has helped with an RFP process?
Sure. St. Albans, we've done several of those and have successfully built multiple buildings through that process. We're currently working on one in Dorset, where we went out with an RFP process. They want to do a workforce housing project on a piece of property that the municipality owns, very similar. In this case, they've actually built a new town hall on that property, but they've got several hundred additional acres, and they want to do workforce housing. So we've issued an RFP. We have gotten 2 proposals on that one, and we're in the process of vetting those proposals. We also did one that we're in the middle of working on in Rockingham, Bellows Falls, where we issued the RFP, and in this case, we didn't get any proposals, 0. There was nobody responsive. And ultimately, we did enter into, there was one entity who said, we're really interested, but we can't do it the way you've outlined it here. The numbers don't work. And we'd like to see whether we want to do a purely housing project, whether we can integrate a commercial component and maybe bring in some new market tax credits, some other pieces. And so we're in the process in that case where we've entered into an agreement that gives them an exclusive right to study. It's not quite an option agreement, but let's call it a memorandum of understanding, where we and the community are working exclusively with them to try to figure out whether there's a way to put this together for a period of time. So those are a few examples. Yep.
Timeline. So the Whitenburg did the study a couple years ago. We got lots of great information, huge amount of community input. 3 years later, we're still in the process of trying to figure out how to put housing up there. And I am very interested in collecting more data. I feel like we don't have a very clear vision as to what we want on that property. I know I don't. And I know that developers are going to dictate what is built up there, because that's what the market is going to accept, right? Like what you said, it's, especially right now, who knows what's going to happen? Building houses is very expensive. We just had Isabel Circle pull out because it's too expensive. And so we don't know what is going to happen at Country Club Road, but I really want to take the time to collect more data for this council to really decide on what our vision is. And, we are collecting some additional community inputs through various opportunities, just data. I want us to have opportunities to understand beyond what Whitenburg offered us 3 years ago, and now it's more critical, right? We've had 2 floods. It is the most flood-resistant property. It's probably the last neighborhood that we are going to build and design in Montpelier. And so I find this extremely important decision that we're going to make. And we're going to be collecting some additional data points over the next month. We're going to present to City Council on November 12th, just ideas. Here are some ideas, additional data points that we've collected through some workshops, we're working with the schools, we're doing a Minecraft challenge where we put the property into a Minecraft world for council to look at and decide what is our vision for this property? How can we use this information to help inform an RFP? This is all in lieu of a master plan. And so this is something that we're doing for volunteers are doing this. We're doing this work out of, the passion for this property. We want this to be the best place for people to live, but what does that look like? And I don't think we have a very clear idea, but I don't really necessarily want developers dictating 100% what the property build is going to be. I want to come in with a vision. And so I want that timeline to align for us as a council with your RFP process.
So I totally get and respect what you're talking about. I would caution you about a few things. One is, first of all, there was a lot of public process involved in the work that Stephanie led several years ago. And so I think there's been a great deal of public process and visioning that's happened. And so without wanting to disrespect what you're doing and others who are volunteering, I'm not sure how much more you may get. Maybe there's something new or different, but I'm not sure. And one of the challenges sometimes is, I'll use this phrase, it's somewhat trite, but paralysis by analysis. That you spend so much time on public process and analysis that you don't move forward. So I caution you about that because there has been process. The second thing I would say is that in the RFP, I would encourage you, there's a fine balance. On the one hand, I think it's important to spell out the community's goals. What are the things we're trying to achieve here? Why are we doing this? So are you trying to do, a mixed income neighborhood? Are you trying to do net zero? Are you trying, what are you trying to do? But that you not be overly prescriptive about it, because you become overly prescriptive. And then you touched on this point, you've got to respond to the market. And the developers, you need to provide it, make it flexible enough that you are letting developers know that you're welcoming their ideas of what will actually work. And with regard to what we would typically do when you get to the full development process, and proposal process in the second phase, is we typically will have a matrix where we'll have all of the proposals and all of the different factors that we're interested in, and we'll rank them. And we'll tell developers, we're going to give priority to those who are showing a higher percentage of whatever it is that you're interested in. If you want more solar energy, if you want whatever, but I wouldn't be absolutely prescriptive about it, because you might find that people say, forget it. We're going someplace where it's easier to build. We're not going to have as much people trying to control everything we do. It's part of why I talked about the market being broken when I started out, because it's going to be hard to find developers for this. I want to be just absolutely clear about that. This is not an easy project, and you shouldn't have any illusions about that.
I just wanted to acknowledge the other complication around the timeline, right, is the CBDG DR funding, right? That it's like we're kind of, if we want to pursue that grant funding to incentivize development on this site, we need to move with a deadline that allows us to submit an application in December, right? If there's even a round 2 of funding in December.
So let me be clear that to even get to the point where you've issued an RFP and gotten responses between now and the application's due in December, I think it is, that's an incredibly tight time frame. And particularly with the holiday season in between, it's maybe the worst time of year to try to get developer responses during a very short time frame. I'm not saying it's not worth trying, but the more you delay issuing the RFP, the less likely that you're going to get what you want in enough time to be able to do the application.
Adrian and then Sal.
So I just want to, I'm just going to say this, it's not going to be a popular opinion, but I don't care. So how much time and effort, obviously we want Country Club Road to have housing. I'm going to say that as obviously that's what we want, but it is a very difficult time for developers. We've had people pull out of Montpelier, this is tariffs, funding, it's just not it is not a great time to build in America. Let's just throw that on the table. So is there, I'm not sure where I'm going with this, but it is on my mind, so I'm going to say it. We got the housing needs assessment results. You know, there's opportunities, you know, to focus our time and energy, you know, downtown. You know, what is the vacancy rate? How can we maybe divide our time and energy knowing that Country Club Road is our long-term goal? We got to build housing up there. Slow and steady might win that race. But we've got to get some, you know, is there opportunities downtown to do some infill? I know there's property talk about, you know, the federal building area, whatever that may be. But I don't know. I feel like, I don't know. I just feel like this is like heading for a disaster, just to be honest. Country Club Road I voted for it. I want housing up there, but I don't know. I feel like this is not the time to like kill ourselves when we could potentially have some housing in downtown that we have vacancies. Like, can we infill? Can we focus time and energy on places that already exist? We have infrastructure in town, you know, slow and steady, continue to figure out how we build up at that property, but that's new infrastructure, that's new building, that's like brand new houses that we know are going to be very difficult to build. So, I mean, this is a pivot. It's just throwing it out there, but it's on my mind. I feel like this is just such a huge risk, and I don't know. I mean, obviously we can go for it, but I would feel very regretful if I didn't say something. So.
I was just curious, when you were talking about telling some of the stories about the difficulty developers were having, you kept talking about how the rents wouldn't cover the cost. Was that just a manner of speaking, or are most developers building rent properties rather than properties where they sell the properties?
Oh, no, there's absolutely a mix of both.
There's a mix of both.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And developers who are doing properties for sale, the numbers work better, you know, because people who can afford to buy typically can afford to pay more than people who are renting. And so they are different market niches, and certainly this property could have a mix of both. And the for sale product, depending on what it is, and how it's designed and so forth, would likely be easier to make work financially than the rental property. But some of the biggest gaps today are in the rental area. So anyway, if you want to do all single-family homes, we'd have a different conversation. And maybe I'm mistaken, but I was assuming that rental would be a big part of this. And that was just an assumption on my part, and maybe I'm wrong.
You know, the product of the previous work is basically all multifamily, which doesn't necessarily mean rentals. It also could mean condominiums and different forms of tenure. Pellin.
I know that Mike is talking to some developers. I don't know who they are. And you gave the example of like, oh, we did this process, but no proposals came. Do you think there is any like chance it could happen to Montpelier for this project? So we cannot get any proposals, then what will we do? We will spend time, money to get proposals, but what if there's none? So is there any plan, right?
Is there a possibility? Yes, there's a possibility that there'd be no proposals. Absolutely, that is a possibility. And that's why I think you want upfront to describe the ways in which you're going to support the projects. And, you know, some of them are financial, you know, that, again, you're going to do, let's say, the infrastructure, and you'll work with them on the CHIP program, not just to bring the road in, but for other infrastructure within the complex, that you're willing to sell the property, you know, whether it's all at once or separate sections at, you know, for $1, you know, that there are all these, and that while without in any way limiting the independent authority of the Development Review Board to make its decisions based on zoning, that from the City Council perspective, that you will be supportive of a project that you work with the developer on, so some of it's intangible like that, knowing that they've got support, some of it's very real financial. And then also we'll work with them to try to attract other sources of funding. And I'm going to give you some examples. There is, you may be aware of the Treasurer's called LIAC program, this 10% for Vermont money. There's not a lot of it, but that money's out there, and there may be more available at appropriate times that you could apply for. There's what's called the Rental Revolving Loan Fund through the Vermont Housing Finance Agency. Again, a limited amount of money, but there is annual funding that's coming through the legislature. You can work with the developer to apply for that. There's also the potential for working with employers in the community where city council and city staff leadership can help sit down with those employers, whether it's National Life or whether it's the hospital or other industries in the area, and talk with those folks. Say, look, are you willing to put in what I think of as slow money, where because you want to help the community improve, and maybe your own employee, you're having trouble retaining or recruiting employees, getting more housing will be a plus. Are you willing to make an equity investment here? Are you willing to pre-lease some units? I mean, there are a range of things that a community can do. And that's a whole nother session I could do with you on those kinds of things. But those kinds of things, if you build them into even that phase 1 RFP, even if they aren't all signed up, but rather these are the kinds of things we're willing to do and work with you on, will make it more appealing and more likely that there'll be a few developers who will raise their hand and say, yeah, I'm interested. I don't know that I can make it work yet. That's a first part of phase 2, but I'm interested.
I want to just ask a follow-up question. So first of all, thank you explaining all these things very like a simple way. I really understand every single thing. It is really good for me. I just want to learn how much preparation we need to do before sending RFP process. So we are talking about that we don't have a master plan. So do you think not having a master plan might affect developers' decision?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I don't. And again, that ties back to the question of how much are you going to direct the developer, or how much you're going to ask the developer to propose what he or she thinks may work best in the marketplace today on that site. And I think that the work that was done several years ago that Stephanie coordinated provides enough information about what the community is interested in and some of the possibilities without being prescriptive that I don't think you need more than that to give them. I mean, there's other supportive things. We want, if there's surveys, if there are, environmental assessments and so forth, it'll all be attachments that are available to be downloaded, by a developer to review. But I think you've got enough information. What you may not have is clear decisions about, I don't know whether you've clearly decided that you're willing to sell the land for $1. You may have, I don't know that, but that's typically what we're doing these days in communities to help. That's one place where a community, if they own the land, can really help close that financial gap. So there may be a few key decisions like that that need to be made before the RFP, but my guess is that, that could be drafted pretty quickly subject to those few key decisions.
But just to clarify, Mike, the recommended action in this for tonight is for the council to create a working group of the council, possibly with other people, to develop the RFP, which would then come back to the council for approval? Is that still where we are?
Yes. So, I mean, we'll have two questions. One of which is going to be, do we want to end up authorizing the city manager to develop a contract to bring back a contract with Whitenburg? Just on the side, they're pretty much the only ones who do this, so we could do an RFP process to identify somebody to help us with this process. If we want to move it forward, we would need to hire somebody to help us through this process. This is not something that the staff is going to, as effectively as David just explained to you, be able to make those connections and get these processed for the RFP moving forward. So we would want to know, do you want us to bring you back a contract to hire them? And then the next question is, how would we move that process forward? So there are a couple of avenues, one of which would be to authorize the staff, once David's on board or the Whitenburg is on board, we would work with them to develop the RFP and bring that back to you. Alternatively, we'd create a working group if the council wants to be a part of the development of that RFP. We could create a working group. So there are really kind of two questions. One, do we want to move forward with a contract? Again, that's something we would put together, bring back to you. And then the second thing, if we are going to move forward with that, we would really want to start making sure we start thinking ahead of, because we're on a relatively short timeline, we can't waste a lot of meetings double and tripling up on things. So if we could, the quicker we can move forward on being able to develop an RFP and get these out, the more efficient we're going to be at getting this process through. And I think, to follow up on two other things really quick, I think we have a number of opportunities here. You know, I know Adrian's working with a group to go and work on things. We're really probably talking, when we get into what are we putting out in an RFP, my suggestion, my recommendation would be, we're just talking about that lower 10 acres. There's about 30 acres of developable land up there. And there's more opportunities for other projects and other initiatives, but we really need a project that's going to come in and give us that grand list, that housing boost, that increment we need to be able to build out that infrastructure that will allow other things to happen. Now, it may be the same developer we work with in the future, it may be something completely different that comes out of a different plan, but my thought is, we're just going to talk about this lower area. We would work with Whitenburg to put this plan together. And the advantage of this is you'll start to have a developer. A lot of the questions you ask and have, so many of these are questions, that's the question for the developer. Can we do this? That's the question for the developer. And they may say, we can do that, but only if you do this. And can that happen? They may say no. But you'd be able to actually talk to the people who can give you those answers. And that's what we would have when we get to the end of the process. And I think from the grant standpoint, it would have been great to have the developer on board. I think we're going to try to do our best with the CDBG grant to go through and say, we have hired a firm to help us work with the process. Here's where we are in the process. And in the board meeting would be in February of next year. We would be able to go through and say, we've narrowed it to these three or these two. We've got a process. We're going to be selecting somebody in August. They're going to be moving forward. And then the board can make a decision. We won't be able to say we have our developer. Is that enough to get us $5 or $10 million? I don't know, but tabling this for a couple of years because it's difficult. This money is really, this is a once in a, I don't know if I've ever seen this type of money sitting out there. So that's why we're really trying to do as much as we can to try to get into this pot of funds. It's a no match. There's no match that comes with this. It's 100% funding. If we could get $5 or $10 million to build that infrastructure, we would be in a really much better place to move this project forward. So,
thanks, Mike. Steve.
Some of this I've said before, and you've heard it for context. Are we building a suburb, or are we building a new neighborhood village for Montpelier? It's not walkable to town. It's got to be a self-sustaining, vibrant, attractive village where people want to live and work. It was June 2023 when we got Whitenburg's proposal. Its core recommendation, next steps, were start the phase 2 design process of public engagement. Now apparently that's been thrown away, just disappeared. Mike wanted it away, and I asked David, are you going to speak to it? Not a word. So July 23rd, we had the flood. Phase 2 disappears. Now we're going right to an RFP. We have not, that's a traffic constrained property. We may not be able to build everything we've envisioned there. We need to, the only way you're going to find out is by designing what you want to see there. Even, I think if we design it properly, we will attract the developers who want to put their name on it, right? A new village that's got industry and a little bit of retail and some farming and some senior housing and some recreation, that, who wouldn't want to live there, you know? And my point is, we could employ the local developers, give them a piece of them what they do best. But this idea that we're going to just give the whole discretion to some profit-motivated developer is insane. Not with my property. I'm an owner of that, as are you. And it would be recklessly irresponsible for you to do that. So a loose definition of what we want is not going to cut it here. You know, it's not going to work to have, we were pursuing the growth center, and then he did a bait and switch. I see Mike getting desperate. He's losing, his manipulation is losing his grip on this thing, you know? But we were pursuing the growth center. The growth center would have required us to say where our roads are, where our sidewalks are, how much are they going to cost? What's the nature of the housing that's going to be in there? How's the economics going to work and pay back the infrastructure? Now we've just dispensed with all that, and we're going to let a developer do that definition for us? No, not on my watch. He said city as entrepreneur. Step up and be an entrepreneur. Don't delegate that. With all due respect.
Adrian.
So we went through, we had a subcommittee work on concept A, B, and C, and we generalized it because, you know, I just don't think we have a vision of what we want for this property, and Mike keeps saying that lower 10 acres, and I think, you know, you want that 10 acres because you want to bring the money back, you know, through the funding mechanism, but I think we're missing still the big picture. We're missing the vision of this property, and I think if we just focus on the lower 10% or that lower 10 acres, I don't know, I just feel like we're missing the whole purpose of this property. And I'm very uncomfortable with just focusing on the 10 acres, then figuring out the rest of the property. I want to figure out the whole property and then back into that 10 acres. I feel like we're doing it completely backwards. I want there to be a vision. I want all of us to be really proud and like super psyched about like, this is what we're doing. This is what we're designing. This is what we want for our community. You know, if the developers aren't ready, they're not ready. Like maybe we wait until the time comes. Like I don't feel like utterly rushed just to build whatever money we can, whatever we can design to bring in more money, because this is going to be a community for the next 30, 40 years, 50 years. It's going to be the last community we design for our beautiful Montpelier, and I want to do it right. I don't want to do it just to bring money in, just to put a signature on it, and just to say we put up housing. Like, I want to very much have a vision for what this looks like for our grandchildren, for their grandchildren. I want it to be a place where community goes, they build, they're a part of something. I feel like I feel very strongly about building a neighborhood and a community for Montpelier and not just taking these steps of looking at this 10 acres to build something so we get money back, so we can continue to build the rest of the acreage at Country Club Road. I think it's the wrong way to look at it.
Thank you. Like I can appreciate your ridiculous point of view. I think we can have a vision. I think it's probably more, from my perspective, more important to have values about what we want to see up there and then be open to the universe to see what comes in and allow our values to decide what we actually accept, right? Putting out an RFP is not allowing developers to dictate what happens. It's putting it out to the universe. Let's see what comes across over the bow, and then we make a decision based upon our values about what we want to see up there. And I'm sorry to be negative, but I do feel like we are at a pivotal moment, and I just need to like say it. like, this is how housing doesn't happen, right? Everybody says they want housing. Everybody says, oh, we don't want NIMBYs. But like, this is how housing doesn't happen, when we don't move forward, when we look for the perfect instead of the thing that makes us move forward. And you know what? I think we know this. That is the reputation that Montpelier has. And the way we change that reputation is by moving forward optimistically, tied to our values. And if it comes back where we get a developer that says, I want to put in this monstrosity that doesn't actually house people, or I want to put in $1 million houses that we don't need more rich people, then we say no. But if we don't ask, then we'll never get there.
I want to pull on a thread, Ben, that you just put out there. What I've not done is describe the full process, because ultimately what happens, and I was trying to get at some of that, the values and vision, both when I talked about, you lay out for the developer, what are the goals here? What are you trying to achieve? And that's really trying to get at both vision. If you want it to be neighborhood character, we say that in the RFP. If you want to make sure that it's walkable, you say that in the RFP. Those kinds of things you can spell out that says, here are the things we care about. And then ultimately, because this is a two-stage process, in the second stage, you will ask for the developers, if there are more than one, if it's just one, to give you a concept plan. Here is our concept of how this would get laid out. So it gives you an opportunity to say, do we like it or not like it? And then ultimately where that leads to, if you select a developer where you feel comfortable, that this is somebody we can work with and we like the vision, generally speaking, you negotiate first a pre-development agreement and then a development agreement. And in those agreements, they are contracts where each party says, here's what they're responsible for. This is what the city's going to do, and this is what the developer's going to do. Here's our target timeline. And there are various checkpoints there. And part of that, it's perfectly fine to say that we want to review your final designs while you're working on them. In fact, not even final, but as you're working, refining these concept designs, we want to have check-in points so we can give you feedback about whether you're still heading in the right direction as far as we're concerned. And then finally, it goes to the development review board where the DRB's got to also say, does this meet zoning? Does this do what we wanted that the zoning says we would have there? So there's a lot of process, and I was focusing on the front end because of the sense of urgency if you want to apply for the grant. But there's a lot of process that gives you the opportunity and checkpoints to see is it working or not. And along the way in that contract, by the way, there are also points where there are off-ramps. If you find that that you cannot sign off on the design before the developer goes, you can walk away and say, sorry, we're done. We're not going to build this, and continue with it. Similarly, if the developer says, look, the city's being unreasonable in terms of what, and I can't afford to build this, I'm going to lose money on it, the developer gets to walk away. I mean, there are various kinds of points like that. So this is not a one and done decision that you would make in issuing an RFP now. Rather, it's simply beginning a process to get to, hopefully, ultimately, finding a developer you feel good about and a project that you feel good about.
Total deja vu. I've seen these projects before. They never come out like we want them. Stonecutters Way, Transit Center, District Heat. It's just project after project that supposedly takes years. It will not come out like we say because we never enforce it. New councils will come on. I've talked about this before. Shifting sands, moving targets. You spread things over years. They just don't happen that way like he's saying. Ben, I'm sorry, but you live in a Pollyanna world where you think everything's possible. It is, this isn't a Pollyanna world we're living in. Just look around. Like I said, I've seen this before. This is exactly how the city's done things before, and they've always been screwed up. It will screw up if it takes too long because it's not the same people that are doing things no one can predict in this room where we're going to be in 2 years. And if you say you can, I'm going to tell you you're full of something. We can't even, I don't even know if we can predict where we're going to be in 1 year in this day and age. And so to look out years ahead and say, yeah, this is what we want to happen, none of us may be here to make sure it happens, and it won't happen by the past history we've had. That's all I've got to say. It's just it's looking like a pipe dream to me right now, and maybe I'm not being optimistic, but I've seen this before, seen this movie before.
Taking where you're coming from, why would we ever do anything? Why would we ever plan anything? And I don't think we want to be in a do-nothing council, especially when we know we have this huge unmet need for housing, and it's not accurate that we don't have a vision for the property. We spent a long time, hundreds of people came out and gave their vision. David talked about the very full, very active public process, and we heard a lot from our community members about what they wanted, and we adopted that as a plan. I don't have it with me tonight, but we've got that inch-plus thick book, which does set forth our vision. And it's doesn't have the pictures of every house and what they're going to look like, but we even spent time earlier this year, or maybe it was last year, going through what the plan looked like and making some changes before we adopted it. And I think we're in a position where if we want to have a hope of developing something there, a key element is getting the grant, the community development block grant money to make an investment in the infrastructure for this, and doing the RFP is part of it. And so that's what I think we really need to be doing. Jim, you talk about how long it takes to do things, and and delay is harmful to us, and that is true. But telling Mike we're not going to do this, we're not going to do anything at this point, is guarantee for more delay. As Ben says, that's why housing doesn't get built.
I may offer one other thing, and then I probably should just leave the room and go home so I can get some sleep tonight, and you can talk about whether you want to engage us or not without me being here. But let me just say that this can work. We have in St. Albans, where Stephanie's been project manager here, I've been project manager on behalf of my company in St. Albans, and over the course of a little bit more than a decade, we've added more than 50% to the value of the grand list in the downtown core area in the TIF district. We've added, and that amounts to over $60 million worth of private sector taxable property in that downtown. And it's not just that it's giving money back to the community. In fact, right now it's not, because most of those taxes are going to pay off the debt for the infrastructure. What it has done, I don't know how many of you saw St. Albans 15 years ago or have been there recently, it has utterly transformed the downtown. It is a place where it was run down and depressed, and today it's a vibrant downtown to be in. If you stay focused, if you continue to work in a determined way to advance these things, it doesn't happen quickly. It does take years, but it can happen. And they've done it in Hartford. They've proved it in Hartford. It is happening if you're willing to step up. And it takes time. It takes some risk, and it takes that entrepreneurial initiative. But you can do it. You can do it. Absolutely.
Who hasn't been to downtown St. Albans recently, to go up there and look at it. It's really pretty phenomenal from what used to be pretty crummy.
Yeah, you've already pointed, there are examples all over Vermont. St. Albans, Brattleboro, Winooski, St. Johnsbury. If they can do it, we can do it. Thank you, David.
Thank you, David. It's been great.
And, thank you.
So is somebody prepared to make a motion to go forward on this RFP?
Can I ask something before we go? So I kind of like when we did that subcommittee and like Adrian, Sal, and Ben, they worked together and they came back to us with recommendations. So if they are okay to be the subcommittee this time too, I will support it, and I will feel very, how can I say that? I will be very comfortable, like going forward with the process. I don't want to push any. Yeah. So because, yeah, if you wanna, if three of you wanna do this, I really appreciate. But again, I don't want to put any pressure, especially when it is 10 to 11. Yeah.
I agree with everything that Adrian and Ben said. And I chaired that subcommittee last time. So in an effort really to preserve those 10 acres. So it'll be an interesting group. But I wish we had more time. I just don't think we have a choice. I mean, it's a once in a lifetime opportunity to jumpstart something. I wish it was downtown, it'd be easier. I think St. Albans is a great example, but downtown versus Country Club are two different things. But it's a beautiful piece of property. And at the very worst, we will learn something about the development market that we don't know now. And unfortunately, we have to spend a bunch of time and money to make that happen, but we're just guessing otherwise. So I'm up for it.
Who's going to make the motion? Adrian, Pelin, is that your motion to appoint Ben, Sal, and Adrian to the subcommittee to work with Mike to develop the parameters for the RFP?
I want to be clear on this. Are we working with White and Burke, the subcommittee working with White and Burke and Mike to develop the RFP?
I think yes.
Yeah.
You have that, John?
So moved.
Is there a second? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Thank you. All right.
We'll bring you back the contract. We won't be able to sign the contract until after we bring it back to you on the 24th, but we can start moving that forward.
Maybe next Monday, bring it back to us. Okay, folks. Now, what we have left on the agenda is our reports and then a topic to talk about negotiating or securing of real estate purchase. So I do not anticipate any decision being made at that executive session. So I think we will do all the reports and then take a motion to go into executive session and come back out just for purposes of adjournment. But for members of the public, you don't need to be here to wait for what comes out of executive session. So city council reports. I think, Adrian, it's your turn to start.
Couple items. Our child care task force, and Palin, add if I miss anything. So we've been meeting, I think it's almost every week. It's going along really well. We have a chair. As I said, we've looked at the current state data, where we are right now. We've talked about visioning, about where we want to go with childcare, and we are in the process of coming up with some action items for the committee on what we could do within our sphere of control and what we can take action as a task force, so that we're not going to go take action, but that report will be coming back to the council to share on what we're proposing. So it's a really nice structure. It's a great group. I love how we're using data to inform our decisions. It's really nice and refreshing. So that is going along really well. The second update I want to share with you is just, thinking about over the past 2 years and what our families have gone through when their houses were flooded, and the trauma that followed suit in terms of not choosing to lose your house, but being forced to lose your house because your house was flooded by nature. It's a very, very traumatic experience that the city, supported many of our families through that process. And Ed Haggett wanted me to make a statement today that he wanted to thank our planning department, our city manager, and city staff supporting him through the past 2+ years on one of the most traumatic experiences of losing his house that he lived in for 30+ years. But they closed on his house, I think it was last week. So it's bittersweet for him. He was not going to come here. He couldn't do it, but he wanted me to make the statement to thank everyone through that process. It was very, very difficult for him, but he is, happy now, and that is good. But I hope that never happens to anyone else again. The third one, just as we all have heard, we have this design contest. We're kicking it off tomorrow with the workshop. I don't think it's analysis paralysis. I think it's just extra data to help inform us. I don't think it's going to hurt us and hinder any progress that's already been made. I think for me, more data is better. And we haven't promised anything. We haven't committed anything. This is super fun. And I think it's a way to engage our community, which I think we should always continue to do in any process that we have, especially reigniting some energy around Country Club Road is a benefit, not a hindrance. So I hope that we are positive about this. I know the city is not supporting it, but it's taken a lot of time and effort. And I hope that we see some positive results from that. So thank you.
No report for me.
I just wanted to thank DPW for paving Town Hill. I mean, for 3 years, it has been a literal obstacle course to drive, particularly up at the top, where on a morning where the sun is in your eyes and there's a runner on your, now it's just like smooth sailing. So thank you, thank you, thank you. And I think a lot of people in town feel that way, and it's just paving, folks. It's just paving. So I got the message. Budget season's coming up. Paving's where it's at, I think.
Just report out on the housing committee. We met again. Again, we didn't have a quorum. There were only 3 remaining members until tonight. I'm really glad that we have a full committee. But it was I felt a positive conversation in that we got kind of the first pass of the draft version of the housing needs assessment, which is, I think, really going to be great for data-informed decisions. There's still a lot of work to do, though, right? Like, we've got the data, but, like, what does the data mean? And I think that that's going to be part of the work of the committee, is to, like, really dig into that. Like, what are the themes? How does it inform strategy? Things like that. But I think it feels like a little bit of a milestone to have that report, which is nice. We have a draft version. That's just the data sets, but we're going to continue, the committee is going to continue to work on it to interpret that data. That's it.
Yeah, I want to give an update on economic development and growth subcommittee. So we invited people who have experience and who can contribute new ideas on economic development of Montpelier. So we have a core group now. Our next meeting will be held on September 18th. 7 p.m. via Zoom. Anybody can come because it's a public meeting. it is very good to see that our new economic development specialist, Matt, will be attending our meetings and will be sharing his ideas and hearing from our core group. Again, these are not members of the subcommittee. These are the group of people who wants to contribute to subcommittee's work. So next meeting will be again on September 18, and it's a 6-month subcommittee, so we will be bringing some suggestions to the council to consider what city council and city can do to support economic development in Montpelier. Thanks.
Thanks, Bill. For me, just a couple of items. One is that some people may have seen the news coverage. A number of the mayors from the state of Vermont, representing the Vermont Mayors Coalition, went up to Granby, Quebec last Friday to meet with several mayors from Quebec to talk about how to strengthen ties between our communities and respond to the terrible things that are being done at the national level, which we all agreed he's not speaking for us, but the things that he's done, including the tariffs, but also including the harsh and bigoted statements he's made about the people of Canada have really been detrimental to both socially, economically, socially and psychologically, but also economically to people on both sides of the border. And so we're probably going to have another meeting at some point here in Vermont to continue the connections. And so I mentioned that here in Montpelier, we've got the discount coupon books to encourage people from Canada to come down and shop here. It's going to be a process of a number of little things and maintaining the work and maintaining the connections to be able to do that. And so it was, I think we all came away from it feeling very good about it as a first step. And then the other thing, I said in an earlier meeting that I could probably talk about this at every meeting and never run out of occasions to talk about it. But once again, today we had an apparent political assassination, and it just is inconceivable to me that other countries would accept the level of gun violence that we have here and not do anything about it. And it's disgraceful that the United States doesn't take any action to do anything about it. City Clerk's report.
Yeah, so night before last, the Career Center formally warned their vote coming up in November. So I'm in a position now, as soon as I get that, I can get it on the website, I can get it out to social media, and I can start answering people's questions about it. So that's all.
I don't have a lot, just to say that myself and several staff members, including both Chief Libby and Deputy Chief Moulton, participated in the situation table in Barrie over the last couple of days. And I will say that definitely time well spent, just from the connections of all of the service providers that were present. I do think that there will be action coming from that. And I'm also looking forward to what's next for Montpelier in terms of addressing the issues.
All right. Item 20. I guess we should say something about what the topic is. Ben, do you want to say something or just?
No, I would like
to just discuss potential real estate redevelopment opportunities in the city of Montpelier.
Okay, and is there a motion to go into executive session
I move that we go into executive session
pursuant to
pursuant to VSA, I don't know how to say that.
1 VSA, Section 313, 1BC, and 1D?
The negotiation or securing of real estate purchase or lease options.
Is there a second? Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, Carrie, stick with us. We'll go next door. Well, you have to leave and come back, but
Jack, does this go out of Ben's role on the recovery commission where they hold private meetings about the real estate that you should cross that barrier between public entities and private entities.
well, we're a public entity.
I know, but he's
And,
not.
and Ben is taking, what Ben does in the city council is as a member of the city council. And Ben, did you want to invite Mike and Kelly in?
I would, yeah.
Okay. Okay, folks, when we get done with this, we will just be adjourning from city count, from the executive session.